Hello, readers of Literary Journeys with River. In this video, we bring you an exciting summary of Empire of Storms, the fifth book in Sarah J. Maas's Throne of Glass saga. Join Aelin Galathynius on her epic journey to save her world in a tale full of action, magic, and sacrifice. Remember, this is just a summary, and we recommend reading the full book to enjoy every detail. Let's get started. Dusk. The bone drums echoed across the slopes of the Black Mountains, announcing the advance of the Lord of Terror's army. From a rocky ledge, Aelin Galathynius, Princess of Terrasen, watched the enemy troops deploy, their campfires lighting up the mountains and valley like a starry sky. The number of enemy fires far outnumbered her own, making the situation seem desperate. Aelin, her long silver hair billowing in the dry wind, knew there was no hope for them. The prayers of her human army reached her fey ears, and though she had prayed as well, she felt her pleas would go unheard. She had never thought about where she would die, but now, far from Terrasen, she faced the possibility that her body would be left to the beasts of the Lord of Terror, without being cremated or honored. Gavin, the military leader and Elena's companion, appeared at the entrance of the tent, suggesting she rest, though he himself had not shed his armor. Both shared the despair of their soldiers, and as they looked out over the valley, Gavin expressed a fragile hope in the survival of his father's forces. However, Aelin knew that dawn would bring a bloodbath. The conversation between Aelin and Gavin revealed their mutual acceptance of the fate that awaited them. Gavin, always brave, offered her the chance to flee and save her immortal life, but Aelin refused. She preferred to die than live with the shame of abandoning her people. Gavin, resigned, understood that their mission was not to win, but to delay the inevitable to give future generations a chance. Aelin confessed that her father's power, inherited from the goddess Mala, was failing, and that the end of her light was near. With tears in his eyes, Gavin accepted that none of them would survive the upcoming battle. However, Aelin had a desperate plan: to cross the valley and face Erawan, the Dark Leader, with the hope of killing him and creating enough chaos for her father's army to arrive in time. Though aware of how suicidal her plan was, Aelin convinced Gavin to accompany her, knowing their sacrifice might be the only way to buy time and ensure a future for Erilea. Without farewells or final words, Gavin went to organize what was left of their troops, while Aelin prepared to walk into the darkness, facing the certainty of death with the hope that her sacrifice would allow future generations to fight and perhaps win the war. Part 1. The Bearer of Fire. Chapter 1. Eilidh Lochan struggled through the oak-walled forest, her throat burning with every breath. The steep and slippery terrain was filled with wet leaves and loose rocks, making her journey dangerous. Despite the pain in her leg, she crawled to the top of a hill, falling to her knees upon reaching it. From there, she could see the endless wooded hills surrounding her, as if trapped in a green cage. It had been weeks since Manon Blackbeak and her 13 had left her in the forest, giving her the mission to find her lost queen, now grown and powerful, as well as Selena Sardothian. The memories of Morith, where she had almost been forced to harbor a Valg offspring, still haunted her, especially the last moments when Kaltain Rompir gave her a dark stone with instructions to deliver it to Selena. Eilidh felt the weight of the stone in her pocket, which seemed to weakly pulse against her chest. The suffocating heat of summer had made water her most precious commodity, and although Oakwald had streams, not all were safe to drink. She had already learned that lesson, suffering 3 days of fever and vomiting after consuming contaminated water. During those days, the stone had whispered strange dreams, singing in unknown languages. Despite the despair, Eilidh continued, although her resources were dwindling. With her food gone a week ago, she had resorted to forest berries, some of which caused adverse reactions. Only a few were safe, and when she found them, she devoured them quickly before saving what she could. Aelin prepared to move on, knowing she could trust no one. She remembered the cruelty of the men who had humiliated her, and the pain in her leg accompanied her as she descended the hill towards a dry riverbed. The river's path meandered north, the direction she needed to go. Suddenly, something made her stop. The forest, usually full of life, fell silent. Aelin, following her instinct, hid under the roots of an oak tree. The unmistakable sound of wyvern wings filled the air, approaching quickly. 2 iron-teeth witches flew above the trees, probably on a hunting mission. When the danger passed, Aelin emerged from her hiding place, though an unsettling feeling of being watched lingered. She pulled out a knife Manon had given her, wishing she had learned to use it. Meanwhile, Lorcan Salvaterre, who had spent the last few days fleeing from the witches, watched Aelin from the bushes. Though she seemed frail and hungry, Lorcan recognized the danger she posed. His instinct told him that this girl, despite her vulnerable appearance, might be key to his search for the word keys. Aelin continued her journey, unaware that Lorcan was silently following her, ready to hunt her down and discover the secrets she might be hiding. Chapter 2. Rain fell incessantly over the oak-walled forest, mixing with the low mist that enveloped everything in its path. Aelin Galathynius, crouched beside a swollen stream, let the cold water run through her scarred fingers. The sound of the storm calmed gradually, reflecting the way Aelin tried to soothe the fury of her own magic. She took a deep breath, filling her lungs with the freshness of the rain and mist, while her magic responded weakly, returning to a peaceful slumber. The camp was a short distance away, where her companions still slept, protected from the storm by Rowan's invisible shield and a magical fire Aelin had kept burning all night. The water magic, a gift left by her mother, was difficult to control, but Aelin tried, even under the watchful eye of a small forest creature that observed her from a nearby rock. The little folk had been following the group since they crossed the border into Terrasen. Aelin and her companions received small, mysterious gifts left near the camp, though the constant presence of these beings made any attempt at privacy impossible. As Aelin played with the stream's water, Rowan appeared behind her, his steps deliberately audible so as not to startle her. Their conversation, light and with a touch of humor, showed the closeness and latent tension in their relationship. Though both wanted to be together, the constant danger and responsibility they carried kept them in a state of restraint. The day continued, and Rowan had to leave to explore the terrain. Aelin, though tempted by the offer of a hot bath in a nearby pond, knew that her mission and the dangers they faced were more important. The magic between them crackled, reflecting not only their mutual desire, but also the Karanam bond they shared. However, both knew they had to wait until they were in a safe place. The day progressed as the storm persisted, delaying the arrival of the Terrasen lords with whom Edian had arranged a meeting. Aelin's concern for Erewhon, the dark enemy who had made no recent moves, remained on her mind. As the rain poured down, Aelin and Rowan shared a moment of tenderness and desire before Evangeline's voice interrupted their peace. Back at the camp, Aelin, Edian, and the others prepared for the Lord's arrival. Concern for safety and distrust toward those who had once served the king of Adarlan kept them on high alert. As they waited, Aelin couldn't help but feel the tension of the responsibility she bore on her shoulders. Rowan returned with a messenger, a young man with a message from the lords. The meeting had been moved to a nearby tavern due to Murtaugh's health, one of the oldest and most respected lords. Edian, though somewhat irritated, accepted the explanation and ordered that the tavern be inspected first before proceeding with the meeting. The messenger, intimidated by Aelin's presence and her magic, delivered his message with respect and caution. Aelin, however, couldn't help but feel distrustful. The situation was tense, and any misstep could have serious consequences for them and the future of Terrasen. Chapter 3. Manon Blackbeak stood at the end of the dark bridge leading to Morith, watching as her grandmother's coven descended from the gray clouds. The voluminous obsidian robes of the Blackbeak matron were unmistakable, standing out even among the smoke columns rising from the fortress forges. The 13, the group of witches under Manon's command, remained in formation behind her as her grandmother and her companions landed on the rocks of Morith's courtyard. Her grandmother's arrival boded no good. Morith, largely in ruins after the recent explosion, still stood, but the tension between the witches and the Valb demons inhabiting it was palpable. Manon, aware that her grandmother was already expected by Duke Parrington, walked toward the fortress entrance with a mix of caution and determination. She knew that any sign of weakness would be exploited by her grandmother and by Vernon, the Duke's despicable pet. As they advanced through Morith's dark corridors, the matron questioned Manon about the explosion that had devastated part of the fortress, suspecting that her granddaughter had been involved. Though Manon denied any direct involvement, the tension in her words did not go unnoticed. The 13, loyal to their leader, remained firm, but Manon knew her grandmother would not forgive betrayal or disobedience. Upon reaching the council chamber, Manon came face to face with Vernon and an unknown man with golden hair and golden eyes. The figure, who emanated a chilling authority, introduced himself as Erawan, the true name of Duke Parrington, revealing his nature as the Valb Demon King. His presence, wrapped in power and cruelty, made Manon sharpen her senses, preparing for any eventuality. Erawan ordered Manon to lead her 13 and some Morith covens to Rifthold, with the mission of reclaiming the city and bringing him Prince Dorian, alive if possible. The conversation between Erawan and the matron revealed the Demon King's strategy: to take Rifthold, control Aniel, and consolidate his power throughout southern Adarlan. Manon, always astute, suggested that the total destruction of Rifthold could unite Erawan's enemies, proposing instead a calculated attack that would show power without provoking massive resistance. Erawan accepted Manon's proposal, but with the condition that she destroy the city's glass wall, a symbol of Aelin Galathynius' power. Manon, showing no emotion, accepted the task, aware of the importance of fulfilling the Demon King's orders to ensure the survival of her own. Back in her armory, Manon prepared her 13 for the mission. As they donned their armor, Manon requested information from Ghislaine about Erawan, discovering that he was one of the 3 Valb kings who had invaded the world in ancient times. As the preparation progressed, Manon donned the black armor forged by her blacksmith, feeling the weight of the crown on her helmet, a symbol of her power and the mission she was about to undertake. With the Abraxos and the 13 by her side, Manon took off into the gray sky, leaving behind the ruins of Morith and heading toward her next battle. Chapter 4. Edion and Rowan decided not to let Darrow's messenger go ahead to inform the lords of their arrival. They suspected it might be a maneuver to destabilize them, and although Murtaugh and Run had been allies in the spring, any advantage they could regain was welcome. Aelin, feeling the tension of the moment, tried to control her irritation at considering that perhaps the stormy weather and Murtaugh's advanced age offered Darrow a convenient excuse to test her. The tavern, located at a crossroads in the center of Oakwald, was crowded due to the rain and the approaching night. The stable was so full that they had to pay double to house their horses. Aelin knew that with a simple display of her power, the place would have emptied immediately, but she chose discretion. Lysandra, who had gone ahead to scout the area, reappeared in her human form, nodding to indicate that everything was in order. With no rooms available, The group prepared for the meeting in a private room at the back of the tavern, assuming they would probably spend the night on the floor, like many of the other travelers filling the place. The travelers barely paid them any attention, and Aelin watched Lysandra, now with a more discreet figure, as they crossed the crowded hall. The messenger guided them to a candlelit hallway where raindrops glistened on Edian's dented shield. Ren Alsbrook, Aelin's childhood friend, awaited them along with Murtaugh and Darrow. The tension was palpable as they entered the private dining room, where the men turned to observe the newly arrived group. Ren, with scars on his face and an air of disbelief, looked at Aelin as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Aelin recognized Murtaugh, who had intervened during a confrontation the previous winter, though the other man, Darrow, had a presence that radiated authority. His stern, calculating expression contrasted with the kindness of Orlon, Aelin's great-uncle. Darrow, with his gray and predatory gaze, did not flinch when Aelin greeted him. Instead of bowing to her, he barely nodded. Aelin, irritated by the lack of courtesy, tried to keep her composure as the others introduced themselves. However, the tension increased when Darrow questioned her right to the throne. In a cold tone, he reminded Aelin that although she was the last living Galathynius, her ascension to the throne was not guaranteed without the approval of the ruling lords of each territory. Aelin, struggling to control her temper, understood that Darrow and the other lords did not consider her suitable to rule due to her past as an assassin and her choice of companions. Darrow did not hide his disdain for Rowan, Lysandra, and Edian, pointing out that a 19-year-old assassin, surrounded by dubious characters, was not what Terrasen needed. The tension reached a critical point when Darrow, scornful, mentioned the sacrifices Edian, Ren, and Murtaugh had made while Aelin served the king of Adarlan. Aelin, already at the limit of her patience, threw a dagger that landed between Darrow's fingers, warning him not to insult her companions again. However, Darrow was not intimidated and continued verbally attacking Aelin, questioning her ability to rule. Finally, Darrow revealed his true intentions. Neither he nor the other lords recognized Aelin as the legitimate Queen of Terrasen. Unless the surviving lords changed their minds, any attempt by Aelin to claim the throne would be considered an act of war and treason. With a formal declaration, Darrow made it clear that although she remained a princess by blood, Aelin would not be crowned as Queen of Terrasen. Chapter 5. Aelin stared at the paper with the signatures that denied her right to the throne. The names of the men who had decided her fate without even hearing her resonated in her mind. She reflected on whether she should have waited to convene this meeting until reaching Orinth, where the presence of her people would have made it harder to reject her. She took a deep breath before questioning Darrow on how, with the Valg threat approaching from the south, he and the other lords could focus on something as trivial as disputing her claim to the throne. Darrow, without losing his calm, responded with a sarcastic laugh, implying they would only resort to her skills when necessary. Aelin felt empty, as if her inner fire had been extinguished. Edian, with his usual insolence, asserted that the Bane would only respond to Aelin, but Darrow contradicted him, assuring that the lords controlled Terrasen's armies and that if Aelin tried to return to Orinth, she would be punished. Darrow emphasized that the law, which the Galathynius family had always respected, gave the lords power in the absence of a suitable ruler. Edian, however, insisted that Aelin's magic could be crucial in the war against the Valg, but Darrow dismissed it, stating that magic had already failed them before and that war was a game of numbers, not spells. Darrow's cold pragmatism became evident when he suggested that Aelin could obtain men and weapons through a convenient marriage. The idea of a loveless marriage filled her with nausea, reminding her of how she had criticized Dorian for considering the importance of love over politics. Now, The reality of a similar fate struck her hard, but Darrow, unperturbed, urged her to consider her options to have a role in Terrason's future. In silence, Aelin extinguished the candles and the iron chandelier that illuminated the room, letting darkness reign. Then, turning to Darrow, she warned him that if they lost the war, the darkness would be eternal. Darrow's response was defiant, claiming that men could create their own light. Aelin, in a final gesture of defiance, burned the paper she held, turning it to ashes. But Darrow, firm in his position, reminded her that Terrason's law had to be respected, a law the lords had imposed to protect the kingdom. Aelin, with Rowan by her side, promised Rin, who was visibly affected by the mention of Nehemia, that he would have a place in her court, reminding him of the loyalty he had shown. But Darrow, with a chilling coldness, belittled Nehemia's sacrifice, provoking Rowan's fury, who threatened to kill him if he continued speaking. Edion, aware of the situation, took Aelin's dagger and suggested they consider Darrow's ideas while guiding Aelin out of the room. The tension was palpable, and when a messenger burst in, announcing that the Iron-Teeth Witches' army was heading to Rift Hold to sack the city, Aelin knew things were about to get worse. In the rain, Aelin and her group discussed their next moves. Edion asserted that Rift Hold was lost if the witches arrived, but Aelin knew Dorian had to be saved at all costs. Rowan, willing to take the risk, prepared to leave for the city with the mission of rescuing him, aware that the fate of Adarlan and the support of its forces depended on it. Aelin, recognizing the gravity of the situation, decided that Rowan would travel with Dorian to Skulls Bay, a place that could offer them refuge and the possibility of forming new alliances. Though the idea of parting with Rowan tore her apart, she knew they had no other choice if they wanted any chance of success. Before leaving, Aelin had an emotional encounter with Evangeline, assuring her that she would take care of Fleetfoot and that she would continue her training as a lady under Murtaugh's supervision. Though the pain of separation was evident, Aelin trusted the girl would be safe. As they said goodbye, Aelin made a blood vow, promising that if anything happened to Evangeline, she would avenge any harm with fire and destruction. Finally, Aelin faced Darrow once more, making him one last promise, that no matter what happened, when he asked for her help, she would come, putting Terrason before her pride. With that promise, Aelin bid him farewell, knowing that his true punishment would be seeing her on the throne for the rest of his life. With the rain falling on them, Aelin and her group prepared to head towards an uncertain future, determined to gather an army and fight for the kingdom they loved. Chapter 6. Dorian Haviliard, the young king of Adarlan, found in silence a companion that haunted him in every corner of the castle. Although he always knew that one day he would inherit the throne, he never imagined receiving a shattered kingdom and an almost empty fortress. His mother and younger brother remained isolated in Ararat, under his orders not to return. Having them close would mean facing the inquisitive gazes of his mother's court and lying about the dark secrets of the destroyed glass castle, the dead courtiers, and about who, or rather what, his father had been. Dorian was in his private tower, gazing at the lights of Rifthold and the Avery River winding towards the continent's heart. His hands, marked by calluses due to constant training, reminded him of the lives he had lost under his command, especially those loyal to Kael, who had been tortured and killed while he, under the control of the Valg Prince, could do nothing to stop it. The memories of that time were vague, but the nightmares that haunted him were too vivid, filled with blood and pleas for mercy. He felt he would never be able to erase from his mind the atrocities committed by the demon that had inhabited him. With his gaze lost on the horizon, Dorian thought of his friend Kael, wondering if he had already arrived at Tori Sesam, where the healers would try to repair the damage he had suffered. The same demon that had controlled his father was the one that had shattered Kael's spine. However, Dorian knew he had not had the strength to resist in the same way. He felt weak, insufficient, and had promised himself that he would never be so again. Looking south, Dorian wondered if he would ever master the magic that flowed through his veins, a magic that emerged uncontrollably, like the frost that covered his hands. With no one to turn to for help in controlling it, he felt trapped between his power and the guilt of not having been strong enough when he needed it most. The weight of the wordstone collar still marked his neck, reminding him of the time he had been a prisoner in his own body. Thinking of Aelin and how she had disappeared without a trace caused him an unease he couldn't shake. The silence surrounding her whereabouts was as oppressive as the silence that filled his castle. As he looked at his desk full of papers and plans to review, he wondered if he would ever see her again. His thoughts were interrupted by a thunderclap in the clear sky. Confused, he looked to the horizon for the storm that should accompany that sound, but found no sign of clouds. The thunder echoed again, and the city seemed to hold its breath in response. Dorian recognized the sound just before a war horn blared in the west, followed by a cry of terror that spread through Rifthold. With his heart pounding, he rushed to a window that would give him a better view of what was happening. Seeing what loomed over his city, he felt a chill run down his spine. A legion of wyverns was flying toward Rifthold, with witches armed on board, roaring their battle cries as chaos took over the capital. Meanwhile, Manon and her 13 flew tirelessly towards Rifthold. The 2 covens escorting them fell behind, exhausted, but Manon and the 13, hardened by months of patrols and training, pressed on with determination. As they approached the city, Manon watched from above as Iskra Yellowleg's legion already descended upon the city, heading for the castle and the imposing glass wall. Manon felt a burning rage as she realized Iskra had not waited for her arrival, eager to claim victory for herself. With the Abraxos nearly exhausted, Manon directed her mount towards the stone castle, where she hoped to find something, or someone, before it was too late. But even as she advanced, she couldn't stop questioning what the hell she was doing and why, deep down, she wished she hadn't arrived too late for whatever was pushing her to this confrontation. Chapter 7. Dorian Haviliard, still trembling with adrenaline, tried to rush down the stairs of his tower to join the castle's defense. But the guards, desperate and young, stopped him, begging him to remain in the tower, not to risk himself. Their pleas, filled with fear of losing their king, convinced him to stay, though he wouldn't remain a mere spectator. He returned to his balcony, watching as the wyverns tore apart Rifthold beyond the glass wall. Buildings collapsed, people were snatched from the streets, and the city screamed in terror. With titanic effort, Dorian summoned his magic, calling forth ice and wind, focusing the power into his hands. Though he didn't have Aelin's reach, he waited for the wyverns to get close enough for his magic to be effective. The largest wyverns, with iron-teethed witches riding on their backs, approached the castle, nearing the wall that still surrounded the tower. Dorian let them come closer, feeling his magic writhe within him, ready to strike. When the creatures were near enough, Dorian unleashed his power. Ice and wind combined into a deadly whip that shredded the wyverns and their riders, scattering blood and flesh across the castle gardens. However, before he could celebrate his success, the tower shook violently. A witch, with a cruel smile and a yellow ribbon on her forehead, had attacked from behind, breaking through the roof and a wall of the tower. Dorian, weakened by the excessive use of his magic, barely managed to stay on his feet. The witch unsheathed her swords, preparing to finish him off. But before she could move, a smaller wyvern, scarred and with shining wings, lunged at the creature, knocking her off the tower. Dorian, wasting no time, tried to crawl toward the tower door, fighting against the poison that was already beginning to paralyze his body. The searing pain in his side confirmed that the wyvern had poisoned him, but his magic, slow and weakened, fought to keep him alive. Just as he was about to give up, a figure materialized in the shattered entrance of the tower, Manon Blackbeak. The witch, with her moon-white hair and golden eyes, approached Dorian and, with a strength he didn't remember, lifted him, commanding him to stand. Though he could barely keep on his feet, Dorian showed no fear. Instead, with a half-smile, he greeted her with a light taunt, calling her Little Witch. Manon, in response, called him Little Prince, but there was a purr in her words that she couldn't hide. As Manon's wyvern, Abraxos, took care of the remaining threats, the witch pushed Dorian toward the exit. Though weak and poisoned, Dorian asked her why she was helping him. Manon, without giving a direct answer, warned him about the true enemy, Harrington, or rather, the demon now using his body. She told him that the attack on Rifthold was just the beginning, that Erewhon's real goal was to conquer the entire continent. Despite her warnings, Dorian insisted that Manon fight alongside him, right then, against Erewhon. But before he could get an answer, a powerful wind, one that smelled of pine and snow, struck the tower. Rowan Whitethorn, the Fey Prince, entered the scene, tearing through the remaining witches with lethal fury. When Manon saw him, her body went breathless, and she fell to her knees, suffocated by Rowan's magic, who looked at her with cold, deadly rage. Dorian, with his last strength, pleaded for Manon's life. Rowan, though furious, released the witch from his spell, allowing her to breathe again. However, the encounter had changed something in both of them. Dorian, seeing death so closely, understood that there were more powerful forces at play, and Manon, though defeated, hadn't lost her determination. With a final warning, Manon told Dorian that when he changed his mind, when he was ready to accept the life debt he now owed her, to seek her out. And with that promise, the king of Adarlan watched as the most fearsome witch on the continent disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind a trail of blood and unanswered questions. Chapter 8. Rowan Whitethorn flew tirelessly for 2 days, without stopping to eat or rest. However, when he finally arrived at Rifthold, the city was in chaos, devastated by the witches and their wyverns. The streets were a scene of destruction, and the glass wall Aelin had erected had already fallen, another cruel move by Erewhon. Though all seemed lost, Rowan didn't allow himself to succumb to despair and hurried to the stone castle, where he knew Dorian was. Though he arrived late, not all was lost. He found Dorian stumbling as he ran through the castle halls. Rowan's sharp senses allowed him to avoid the areas where the battle was most intense, guiding Dorian to safety. The king, exhausted and wounded, indicated that there was a secret exit in his mother's chamber, a passage Rowan didn't know about, as he had only seen the castle from the outside during his flyovers as a hawk. The doors to the queen's suite were closed, but Rowan didn't hesitate to smash them to pieces with a single blow, not caring about the damage. Dorian, showing no emotion, guided Rowan to a portrait of his mother that hid a small secret door. Once inside the passage, Rowan used his magic to ensure the painting returned to its place, closing the entrance behind them. The corridor was narrow and dusty, but the wind running through it suggested that there was an open space ahead. As they descended the stairs, the screams and wails of those dying above were distant, but Rowan remained focused on guiding the king to the exit. Dorian, in a low tone, expressed his desire to stay and die with his people, but Rowan, his voice rough with exhaustion, reminded him that he was more useful to his people if he stayed alive. The passage led them to the castle's drainage system, where they found a small boat tied to a stone post. Despite being almost rotten, the boat seemed solid enough to hold the king. Rowan, knowing there was no time to lose, ordered Dorian to get on the boat and cover himself with his cloak. Though Dorian protested, Rowan was firm, using his magic to push the boat downriver while he flew above, ensuring the king was safe. As they moved away, Rowan couldn't help but look back at the destroyed city, remembering the promises he had made to his queen before leaving. He knew that what was between them, the connection they shared, was powerful, but also dangerous. And though the need to protect Aelin consumed him, he understood that the war would bring much greater suffering and losses. As the boat sailed down the Avery Delta, with Rowan watching from above, the stone walls of Rifthold's castle were already stained with blood. The war had begun, and the future of all was at stake. Chapter 9. Aelin Galathynius knew that something or someone was hunting her. She had been trying to escape through the vast expanse of the oak-walled forest for 3 days, running aimlessly, only to realize that she was also lost. She had barely slept and had only stopped long enough to find food and water. In a desperate attempt to throw off her pursuer, she had changed directions several times, but now she no longer knew where she was going. The dense forest blocked the sun and stars, leaving her without a clear guide. On the 3rd day, her exhaustion, rage, and fear began to overcome her endurance. The being hunting her was taking its time, and she feared it would do the same to kill her. With her ruined and aching leg, Aelin fell to her knees beside a stream to drink desperately. But as she quenched her thirst, the first howl echoed through the forest, freezing both Aelin and the surroundings. It wasn't a canine or wolfish sound, but something more primal and terrifying, like the howls she had sometimes heard in Morath. Her instinct told her to hide, but when she turned to put away her canteen, she found a warrior crouched on the other side of the stream, watching her with black eyes and a long knife in his hand. Lorcan Salvaterre had been following Aelin for 3 days, keeping hidden, and now he knew that both of them were prey to something far more dangerous. Aelit's human scent was mixed with a trace of darkness that intrigued him, though there were no signs that she was under Valve control. Lorcan stood up, showing his imposing stature. Aelin, her face pale, tried to retrieve the knife she had dropped, but he didn't give her time to think, heading north as the sound of another growl echoed, this time from the opposite side. The creatures stalking them were fast, and Lorcan knew they had to run. Aelin, despite her injured leg and exhaustion, moved nimbly among the trees, driven by fear. Lorcan followed, covering her with his magic as a primal growl drew closer and closer. When the magical barrier Lorcan had raised was shattered by the beasts, he realized they were facing something more powerful than he had imagined. Aelin fell into a ditch as Lorcan stopped, preparing his magic to confront the creatures. What appeared before him left him speechless. Beings with mottled blue skin, taller than him, with bodies that combined the human with the monstrous. They were Ilkin, hunters sent by the Dark King, Erewhon's creatures who could speak and whose presence radiated an indescribable evil. As the Ilkin approached, Lorcan threw his axe, killing one of them. However, the other beasts rose, seemingly immune to mortal wounds. The Ilkin leader, with a savage smile, spoke of the mission to retrieve their prey, referring to Aelin. Lorcan, aware that it wasn't him they were after, tried to buy her time by offering his help to the creatures. But inside, he knew the battle would be fierce and that the Ilkin wouldn't stop hunting their prey, Aelin. As the creatures slowly advanced toward him, Lorcan's survival instinct told him to run. But before he could decide, a piercing scream broke the forest silence, echoing behind him. Chapter 10. Aelin Galathynius found herself facing a creature born from the nightmares of a dark god. The beast, humanoid in appearance, stood on the other side of the clearing, its claws dug into the earth. Its voice was a deadly whisper as it promised her a quick end if she surrendered. However, Aelin knew it was lying, She could see in its soulless eyes that it relished anticipating the pleasure of tearing her apart. Aelin raised her knife with trembling hands, but the creature advanced, savoring the air between them. Its monstrous form and human eyes made Aelin wonder what twisted mind had conceived such a being. But she already knew the answer: Moreth. Desperate, Aelin remembered Manon and her teachings. She forced herself to show the same confidence and coldness the witch had when facing her enemies. She reached into her pocket and gripped a shard of stone, invoking a dark presence she hoped would intimidate the beast. The creature, detecting the scent emanating from the stone, hesitated. With a hoarse voice full of disdain, Aelin threatened it, claiming she was on a mission from the Dark King and shouldn't be interfered with. Surprisingly, the creature stopped, afraid of what might be within her, and backed away when Aelin ordered it to step aside. But her cunning had limits. When the creature noticed her limp, it realized the coincidence between her injury and that of the supposed prey. Aelin, keeping calm, confronted it with calculated fury, insinuating that the Dark King had granted her terrible power. The stone in her hand throbbed, and darkness seemed to flicker around her. The Ilkin, bewildered, took a step back, allowing Aelin to escape. She moved quickly, not looking back, until the forest filled with sounds again. Only then did she collapse and vomit, her body shaking with fear and relief. She didn't realize someone was approaching until it was too late. A broad hand turned her around, and though she tried to defend herself, her knife was thrown to the ground. Before her stood the man from the stream, covered in black blood. Lorcan Salvaterre, after ensuring that Aelin wasn't under valve control, questioned her about her scent, similar to that of the creatures. Aelin explained that she had escaped from Moreth, where she had been living among the Valg's pestilence. But Lorcan, still wary, hoisted her over his shoulder and ran, quickly distancing themselves from any imminent danger. Lorcan, aware that they had been lucky, slowed down after a while, letting Aelin catch her breath. She, showing unexpected resilience and strength, didn't complain while he carried her. When they reached a safe place, Lorcan set her down, and they began to talk. Aelin, determined to reach Terrasun to help her queen, earned Lorcan's respect. In turn, he offered her protection in exchange for information about Moreth. Though Aelin didn't fully trust him, she accepted his offer. Lorcan, surprised by her intelligence and cunning, decided to accompany her to the Acanthus River, from where they planned to cross and take different paths. As they walked, Aelin showed a slight smile, hinting that she might have a plan to avoid the enemies hunting them. Chapter 11. Manon Blackbeak arrived at Moreth with fury burning inside her, ready to slit throats. Everything had gone wrong. She had killed a Yellowlegs witch, saved the Sapphire-Eyed King, and watched as the Fey Prince massacred 4 more witches from that coven. 5 lives cut short by her hand or her inaction. Instead of participating in Rifthold's destruction, she let the other witches take care of it and then positioned herself in the castle's tallest tower, proclaiming her victory with a roar that echoed throughout the city. The 13 found her shortly after, and though she didn't tell them what really happened, both Sorrel and Asterin noticed something different about her. Now, as she walked through Moreth's dark corridors, Manon remembered her confrontation with Iskra. The Yellowlegs heir, enraged, had confronted Manon, demanding explanations for the death of her witches. But Manon, hidden in the shadow of her helmet, returned her gaze without a trace of regret. She made up a story about being attacked while trying to capture the king and how, amidst the chaos, the other 4 witches were killed by the Fey Prince. Though Iskra withdrew, not without calling her a liar and witch killer, Manon knew her grandmother wouldn't stand idly by. When she reached Erewhon's council room, Manon found the matrons gathered, including her grandmother and Iskra. This wasn't a simple council. It was a trial. The matrons, with their titles representing the maiden, the mother, and the crone, had come to judge her. The accusations were direct. Manon was accused of killing a yellow-legged sentinel and being responsible for the death of 4 others. Manon didn't deny the facts, but rejected having done anything wrong. She defended her actions firmly, and when Iskra verbally attacked her, Manon held her ground. The situation became even more tense when Petra Blueblood, the Blueblood heir, intervened, reminding them how Manon had saved her life during the military games. Petra defended Manon, arguing that her qualities as Fleetfoot leader shouldn't be tarnished by Iskra's rage. The matrons discussed in silence, and finally, Manon's grandmother spoke. She decided that it would be a waste to lose such an obedient Fleetfoot leader, but the blood spilled had to be paid for. With a cruel smile, Manon's grandmother decreed that the blood debt would be settled with Asterin's life, Manon's second. The fear and helplessness Manon felt at that moment were as intense as those she had once seen in the humans she had despised. The life of her most loyal and brave companion would be the price to pay for her supposed betrayal. Chapter 12. Without Evangeline to slow them down, Aelin, Edion, and Lysandra advanced quickly toward the coast, resting only as necessary. Aelin remained in her Fae form to keep pace with Edion, who was, reluctantly, a superior rider. Meanwhile, Lysandra, taking various bird forms, scouted the terrain from the sky, watching for any potential danger. During the weeks of travel, Rowan had taught Lysandra how to scan the terrain from above, what details to look for, and what signs to avoid. However, Lysandra found nothing of note from the skies, and on the ground, Aelin and Edion encountered few obstacles as they crossed the lowlands of Terrasen. The state of the territory, once prosperous, was desolate. Ruined houses, abandoned farms, and starving faces greeted them in the few settlements where they stopped to resupply. Aelin, feeling guilty, left gold coins in her wake, a futile attempt to atone for the damage done. But when they reached the ancient port of Ilium a week later, she had stopped doing so. The guilt that haunted her, fueled by Waylon Darrow's cold voice in her mind, made her feel like she was trying to bribe her own conscience. The green plains gave way to an arid and rocky coast long before the town of Ilium, with its white walls and turquoise waters, appeared before them. This town, as ancient as Terrasen itself, would have been forgotten if not for the stone temple, an ancient ruined structure that attracted pilgrims. Built on the cliff where Brannon, the first king of Terrasen, had first set foot on the continent, the temple had an imposing view of the sea and the storm-worn town. Aelin tried not to think too much about Rowan and Dorian, who should be sailing toward those waters at that very moment, if luck was on their side. The absence of the Fae Prince at her side was a deafening void, a silence as deep as that found in the town's white walls and its inhabitants. Hooded and armed to the teeth, Aelin and Edion crossed Ilium's gates, pretending to be pilgrims heading to the temple. Lysandra, in her hawk form, had informed them that very morning that the town was under a Darlan's occupation. Edion, aware of the danger, suggested they should have headed north to Eldries, but Aelin, firm in her decision, refused to leave Ilium in a Darlan's hands. The group headed to a small seaside in that Lysandra had previously scouted. The temple had been turned into a barracks by Darlan soldiers, an offense Aelin wasn't willing to tolerate. Edion questioned whether Aelin's intention was to send a message to a Darlan or to Darrow, and she, with steely determination, made it clear that her goal was to free her people, who had endured a Darlan's oppression for too long. Once in the small room they had secured at the inn, Edion expressed his concerns. Ilium had been a place aware of its vulnerability in times of war for centuries, and freeing the town could only provoke the soldiers to return as soon as they left. However, Aelin was determined to reclaim what was rightfully hers, and she couldn't allow the insult of a Darlin's occupation to go unanswered. The temple, a symbol of her birthright, had to be reclaimed. Edion, though reluctant at first, understood the importance of symbols in war, especially in a kingdom as devastated as Terrasen. He knew that to claim her throne, Aelin had to be indisputable not just by blood but also by legend. With the decision made, Aelin, Lysandra, and Edion prepared to act at dusk. The liberation of Ilium would be just the first step in their fight to reclaim Terrasen and restore hope and power to her people. Chapter 13. Dorian, who hadn't seen so many stars in a long time, was in a skiff with Prince Rowan Whitethorn. In the distance, smoke stained the sky, a reminder of the recent destruction of his city, but at least the screams and beating wings were behind them. They sailed south, propelled by Rowan's magic, toward the Dead Islands. The prince had stolen the skiff, while the city to the west descended into chaos, and Dorian, consumed by guilt, had done nothing to stop him, just as he had done nothing while his city and people were destroyed. Rowan, concerned about Dorian's health, urged him to eat to regain his strength and magic, warning him about the danger of not controlling his power. Dorian, however, remembered that Aelin hadn't had time to teach him about magic before everything changed. As he looked at Rowan, with his elven features so different from Manon's, he reflected on how the Fleetfoot leader had saved his life, perhaps for reasons that benefited her more than him, but he couldn't deny the rawness and honesty she represented, traits that seemed as distant and foreign as Rowan himself. Rowan continued to explain that Dorian's magic, if not controlled, could consume him, and advised him to eat to maintain his energy and, with it, control over his power. As the conversation progressed, Dorian opened up to Rowan, admitting that on the day of Sorsha's death, his power wasn't enough to save her. Rowan, sharing his own pain, revealed that he hadn't been able to save his mate either when she was murdered, creating a silent bond between two men marked by loss and suffering. As the coast approached, Dorian expressed his doubts about his role as king of a destroyed kingdom, feeling like a sovereign in flight, unsure of his future. Rowan urged him to decide how his people should see him, as a king who abandoned them or as one who sought help to save them. The mission to the Dead Islands, according to Rowan, could be key to convincing the pirate lord, Rolf, that Dorian wasn't like his father and could offer him privileges in exchange for his support. The conversation shifted back to magic, and Dorian, aware of his limitations, asked Rowan to teach him what he could about controlling it. Rowan agreed, recognizing that Dorian's magic was different from Aelin's and that he would need someone who could understand it better to instruct him properly. However, he promised to teach him what he could before they reached Skull Bay, where they might find someone else who could help. In the end, Rowan shared a bit about his relationship with Aelin, explaining how both, despite their initial desires to kill each other, found a way to help each other and emerge from the darkness they were submerged in. Rowan assured Dorian that he too would find his way, giving him a ray of hope as they continued their journey to Skull Bay. Chapter 14. Dressed entirely in black and hidden in the shadows, Edion a Shriver watched his cousin Aelin as she climbed the building next to the temple. They had already secured their passage on a ship that would depart at dawn, as well as sent letters to Wenlin, pleading for help from the Ashriver family. What they had discovered that day filled them with unease. Edion knew Ilium well, having visited it many times over the past decade. However, this time the atmosphere was different. The oppressive silence surrounding them as they walked the streets disguised contrasted with the usual visits to the town when he used to have so much fun that he ended up vomiting in his helmet the next morning. Now, instead of taverns and laughter, they walked among frightened faces and war scars, with Aelin's rage bubbling up at the sight of the soldiers patrolling the city. They had made plans to throw off anyone watching them. To everyone's eyes, they would board the Summer Lady heading north, but in reality, they would leave on the Song of the Wind before dawn, heading south. The captain, in exchange for gold, assured them silence and offered disturbing information. An army of 50 warships was gathering on the west coast of the Fae territory, with a contingent of warriors camped on the beach, waiting for orders. Whether Maeve was allied with Morith or coming to help Terrasen was unknown, but the news left Aelin and Edion deeply worried. As they sharpened their weapons, Aelin remained silent, reflecting on the possible threat of Maeve. If the immortal queen allied with Morith, the danger would be immense. Aelin paused as she reached the rooftop, gazing out at the sea as if she could see where Maeve and her fleet waited. Meanwhile, Lysandra, in her human form, waited for Aelin's signal. Dressed in travel clothes, she had spent the afternoon reading an ancient book on dark creatures, and her concern for Aelin was evident when she commented to Edion about the calm before the storm, predicting that a great tempest was coming. Edion couldn't deny that he felt a growing tension. Though Lysandra was fierce in her protection of Aelin, they both knew something dark was brewing. Lysandra shared her fears about fate and the possible manipulation of the gods in Aelin's life, wondering if everything was predestined if the gods considered the losses that could result from this impending storm. Edion, always pragmatic, assured her that Aelin wasn't a pawn without conscience, willing to defy the gods if they threatened her land or her cousin. However, Lysandra remained convinced that Aelin and her power were part of a larger plan, one that could have terrible consequences. The conversation shifted to Aelin's mood, which had been distant, semi-present since Rowan's departure and Rifthold's fall. Despite the external calm, Edion knew his cousin was on the verge of exploding, and Lysandra's concern for what was to come wasn't unfounded. Finally, the signal came. Aelin made blue flames appear on her fingers, and Lysandra transformed into a snow leopard while Edion prepared to strike. The three advanced toward the Adarlan soldiers guarding the temple. Aelin, crowned by blue fire, ordered the soldiers to retreat, but only a few obeyed. The rest, led by an arrogant commander, decided to face them. In an act of overwhelming power, Aelin burned the commander alive, making it clear what fate awaited those who dared to challenge her. The battle was swift and decisive. In just 20 minutes, Aelin, Edion, and Lysandra reclaimed the temple, destroying the soldiers and purifying the place with fire. As they explored the ruined temple, Edion and Lysandra secured the area and found a place to rest. Aelin, for her part, headed to the temple's most sacred sanctuary, where, surrounded by darkness and the echo of the waves, she climbed the great black rock, ready to perform an ancient ritual, connecting with the ancient powers of her lineage. Chapter 15. The sea stilled for a moment as Aelin pulled the word key from her jacket and let it hang over her chest. Sitting on the edge of a rock, she gazed at the dark ocean, hidden by the night, and waited. The crescent moon began to descend when a deep, unfamiliar male voice broke the silence. Though the voice came from behind her, Aelin didn't turn around, but the feeling in her stomach told her that something important was about to happen. The conversation began with a sharp, sarcastic exchange between Aelin and Brannon, the spirit of an ancient king who appeared beside her. Brannon, with his imposing body and armor radiating a faint blue light, maintained a light tone at first, though his presence indicated that his time was limited. When Aelin tried to get answers about Maeve and the possibility of killing her, Brannon showed doubts, admitting he didn't fully understand Maeve's power. However, he mentioned that the ancient queen feared fire, a detail Aelin kept in mind. The conversation turned to Aelin's magic and the difficulties in controlling it. Brannon, with a mix of sympathy and seriousness, explained that fire magic not only burned on the outside but also in her soul, complicating its management and relationships with those around her. The conversation soon took a more urgent turn when Brannon revealed the existence of a crucial object, a lock, hidden in a city submerged in the rocky marshes, that would be necessary to permanently seal the word keys and close the broken gate. Before Aelin could get more details, Brannon disappeared, leaving her with more questions than answers. Frustrated and aware of the gravity of what she had just learned, Aelin stood up with difficulty and headed toward the sea, muttering about the new obstacle that had arisen. It was then that Edion, who had been watching from the shadows, came out to meet her. Aelin, annoyed by her cousin's unexpected presence, confirmed that he had heard the entire conversation with Brannon, including the mention of the lock. The tension between them eased a bit when Edion, with his usual ironic humor, reminded Aelin that he was already used to her secret plans. As they joked about recent events, a familiar and ominous smell filled the air. Valg, a powerful demon, judging by its ability to pass through Aelin's wall of flames, was approaching. Aelin and Edion drew their swords, preparing to face the approaching creature. Out of the shadows emerged a broad, overweight man, very different from the perfect bodies the Valg princes usually possessed. However, the inhuman presence and the pestilence emanating from him were unmistakable. Aelin felt a punch of recognition in her gut when she saw the man's face, the chief overseer of Endivir, the same one who had inflicted so many atrocities on her in the past. The painful memories of Endivir flooded Aelin's mind, from the humiliations and tortures to the cold and darkness of the pits where they locked her up. Though she tried to stay strong, the emotional scars reopened before this man's presence. The overseer, mocking and confident, taunted her, reminding her of her past as a slave. Edion, noticing Aelin's distress, stepped between them, assessing the situation and preparing to strike. Lysandra, in her snow leopard form, watched from the shadows, ready to pounce at any moment. Aelin, struggling to maintain her composure, tried to respond with her characteristic wit, but terror and rage welled up inside her. When the overseer alluded to the tortures he had inflicted on her, Aelin decided she had had enough. She unleashed her fire on the Valg, trying to burn him from within. However, the man's body, altered in an unnatural way, didn't react as expected. Inside him, instead of organs and flesh, there was a core of WYRD iron and stone. The demon mocked Aelin, revealing that his heart had been replaced with a heart of iron, an unbreakable fortress meant to intimidate her and show her what awaited her if she dared approach Morath. Aelin, exhausted from the effort, fell to her knees, weakened by the struggle and the horror of what was inside that body. Edion and Lysandra positioned themselves by her side, ready to defend her. Then, the overseer's body began to open in a grotesque manner, his ribs bursting outward, revealing an unfathomable darkness and two golden embers that glowed with ancient malice. Faced with that terrifying vision, Aelin realized who was really before her, Erawan, the Dark King. With courage born from the fire that ran through her veins, Aelin raised her head and, in a defiant tone, acknowledged the presence of her enemy, showing that she wouldn't back down before him. Chapter 16. The Overseer spoke, but the voice that came out of his mouth wasn't his, nor was it Parrington's. It was an ancient voice, a voice from another world, laden with evil, a voice that fed on pain and suffering. Aelin felt her magic resist that sound, and Edion, trying to protect her, cursed under his breath, attempting to place her behind him. But Aelin remained firm, facing the darkness emanating from the man's open chest before them. She knew that even if his body wasn't so destroyed, there was nothing left inside worth saving. Erawan, the entity now speaking through the Overseer, mocked Aelin, suggesting that she should be grateful for the warning and for having freed the world from another plague. Aelin, aware of the word key hanging over her chest, knew she had to keep Erewhon distracted so he wouldn't discover her secret. With a disdainful tone, she asked why she should be grateful while trying to calm her magic, hiding the key that Erewhon so desired. The demon in the overseer's body continued speaking, describing his gift as a warning, a reminder of the futility of resisting him. Erewhon's voice, a dark and seductive whisper, reached directly into Aelin's mind, provoking nausea and a sense of invasion. Edion, noticing the effect of the voice on Aelin, pushed her to react, mocking Erewhon and pointing out that Dorian Haviliard had escaped his grasp. This seemed to enrage Erewhon, who, with a threatening tone, spoke of the plans he had for Dorian and for Prince Rowan Whitethorn, hinting that his hunters were already after them. The threat to Rowan hit Aelin hard, but instead of succumbing to fear, she channeled her anger into a fierce attack. She unleashed her magic against the Overseer, focusing her power on his chest, where the darkness resided. However, before she could destroy him completely, a blow of darkness hit her, throwing her against the temple wall. The impact left her breathless, her body aching from the intensity of the attack. Edion ran to her, helping her to her feet, while Aelin struggled to maintain her composure. The temple shook under Aelin's power, columns and debris began to fall around her, but she didn't stop. With each beat of her heart, she felt Erewhon's magic trying to consume her, but she refused to give in. Finally, when the Overseer's body began to crumble under her power, Erewhon retreated, leaving only a heart of WYRD iron and stone amidst the ashes. Aelin, exhausted but determined, realized the true danger Erewhon posed. She knew that if they ever captured her court, he would ensure she witnessed how he destroyed them and turned them into his slaves. The only mercy she could offer them would be death, to spare them a fate worse than death itself. With the threat of Erewhon in her mind, Aelin knew they had to reach Skull Bay before dawn. Time was running out, and any delay could mean the capture of Rowan and Dorian. As she left the temple, she felt the sharp pain of Erewhon's blow resonating in her bones, reminding her that though she was the heir of fire, he was the king of darkness. Chapter 17. On the final morning of Asterin's life, Manon Blackbeak watched as the dark skies over Morath turned a putrid gray. She hadn't slept, eaten, or drunk anything throughout the night. She had spent those hours sharpening her sword, Wind Cleaver, while leaning against the warm side of Abraxos, her wyvern. The cold had numbed her fingers, but that didn't stop her, for she knew that at dawn, her cousin and second, Asterin, would face death. Asterin had been locked away in the dungeons, guarded so closely that any attempt to rescue her was impossible. Manon had considered the idea, but rescuing her would mean betraying her grandmother, her clan. Her mistake, her own poor judgment, had led Asterin to this situation. If she disobeyed again, the rest of the 13 would also be executed. She was lucky not to have lost the title of Fleetfoot Leader, but that wasn't enough of a consolation. Manon knew the only gift she could offer Asterin was a swift death by her own hand, rather than the slow torture and beheading that awaited a traitorous witch. Sorrel, her third, approached and informed her that dawn was near. Manon, aware that Sorrel would soon take Asterin's place, nodded, knowing that her cousin would never again ride the wind or mount her sky-blue wyvern. Abraxos, as if sensing the gravity of the moment, nudged her gently, seeking to comfort her. Manon stood up, stroking Abraxos's scaly head, while her mind prepared for what was to come. The execution wouldn't take place in the dungeons, but on a wide veranda overlooking the ravines surrounding Morath. The witches swirled on the balcony, eager to see blood. The matrons, including Manon's grandmother and those of other clans, stood at the front, watching expectantly. Asterin, kneeling before them, awaited her fate, her face bruised and cut, evidence of the brutal beating Iskra Yellowlegs had given her. Despite her pain, Asterin held her head high, facing her death with the same courage she had lived with. When the matrons invoked the right to blood, the iron nails of the Yellowlegs witches emerged, ready to tear Asterin's life away. It was then that Manon, driven by desperation and love for her cousin, invoked her right of execution. She declared that as Fleetfoot leader, it was her duty and right to take her second's life. Asterin, understanding the gesture, showed a faint emotion in her eyes, knowing that Manon was offering her the only honor left. Cressida Blueblood, grateful for her daughter's life, supported Manon's request, forcing the other matrons to agree. Manon's grandmother, though furious, couldn't oppose, and Manon knew that at least Asterin's death would be hers and not her enemy's. As the sun began to rise, Manon ordered Sorrel to turn Asterin so she could see the sunrise one last time. Asterin, drenched in her own blood, knelt with dignity, looking at Manon with a mixture of resignation and farewell. She asked Manon to take her body back to the cabin, a final wish that broke something in Manon's chest. As she raised her sword for the final blow, the 13 raised 2 fingers to their foreheads, a gesture that resonated in the crowd. It wasn't a salute to a high witch, but to a witch queen, a title that hadn't been claimed in 500 years. Manon understood then that the 13 offered her a forgiveness that transcended obedience, a forgiveness forged in battle, loyalty, and the hope of a better future. With tears in her eyes, Asterin bid farewell to Manon, who prepared her sword to strike. But in that crucial moment, Manon made a decision that would change the fate of all. Instead of executing Asterin, she gave one last order to her 13. Run. And, in an act of defiance, Manon Blackbeak turned on her heels and brought Windcleaver down, not on Asterin, but on her own grandmother. Chapter 18. Manon barely caught a glimpse of her grandmother's rusted teeth and the gleam of her raised iron nails in defense. But it was already too late. With Windcleaver in hand, Manon delivered a lethal blow, one that would have cut most men in half. However, her grandmother, with astonishing speed, managed to step back just in time, receiving only a superficial cut on her torso. Blue blood began to flow, but the matron moved with agility, evading Manon's next attack and blocking with her iron nails, causing Windcleaver to rebound. Asterin, from a distance, shouted for Manon to stop, but her cries faded as if she were being dragged away from the scene. The other witches, watching in silence, seemed too stunned to intervene. Iskra and Petra, heirs to their respective clans, drew their swords and positioned themselves between the matrons and Manon, protecting the high witches from any danger. The Blackbeak matron's coven tried to intervene, but Manon's grandmother extended a hand and ordered them not to approach. Breathing heavily, the Blackbeak matron circled Manon, a wound on her forehead dripping blue blood, a sign of how close Manon had come to ending her. The matron, with hatred etched on her face, proclaimed that they would settle the matter the old way, just the two of them. Manon felt her stomach drop but obeyed, sheathing her sword. With a quick motion, she unsheathed her iron nails and bared her teeth, ready for hand-to-hand combat. Her grandmother challenged her, and Manon had no choice but to launch into the fight. She had never seen her grandmother fight, and now she understood why. The matron was lethal, her movements calculated and precise. Manon struggled to keep up, giving ground step by step, trying to buy time for the 13 to escape. The fight was brutal. Manon attacked and dodged, but her grandmother, with each blow, cornered her further. The insults the matron hurled were pure venom, mentioning Manon's mother and questioning her strength. Despite her rage, Manon managed to land a cut on her grandmother's shoulder, but it was a brief moment of victory, for immediately after, the matron counterattacked, slashing Manon's abdomen with her claws. Manon screamed in pain, blue blood pouring from her belly. She barely remained standing, leaning against the balcony railing. From above, Abraxos roared, aware that his mistress was in danger. The matron approached slowly, savoring Manon's agony. In a low but malicious voice, she revealed a secret that left Manon paralyzed. Manon was the daughter of a Crochan prince, making her the last of the Crochan royal line, the heir to a curse her grandmother had tried to break since her birth. Her grandmother's words echoed in Manon's mind like a hammer, shattering her identity and throwing her into the abyss of doubt. Her grandmother confessed to killing her father, destroying any hope of reconciliation with her lost lineage. Horror and betrayal enveloped Manon as her grandmother continued her cruel revelation. Rhiannon, a Crochan who had been spying in the Firian Gap, was actually her half-sister, a sister who died knowing the truth, but chose to take it to the grave to protect Manon. With a triumphant smile, Manon's grandmother assured her that she would die as a Crochan. In a final act of defiance, Manon gathered all her strength and, instead of allowing her grandmother to touch her, she threw herself off the railing, plummeting into the void. Cold air and rocks rushed past her, but Manon didn't hit the ground. Abraxos, her loyal wyvern, caught her in the air, though the impact made her scream in pain and nearly lose consciousness. Etta and Briar, the shadows, were nearby, having waited for her in the shadows. Despite her severe injury, Manon ordered her shadows to deal with the Yellowlegs hunters pursuing them, each one taking on 2, while she faced the last 2. Manon, with her vision blurred and weakened by blood loss, prepared for her final battle. Abraxos, loyal to the end, flew toward the ravine, using his knowledge of the terrain to maneuver skillfully. One of the Yellowlegs crashed into a rock column, but the other continued the chase. With a final effort, Manon and Abraxos managed to escape the ravine, leaving the last Yellowlegs to crash into the rocky wall. Finally, Manon, exhausted and bleeding, patted Abraxos' side, thanking him. Her strength waned, and before losing consciousness, she directed her thoughts toward Oakwald, the only place where they might be safe. Chapter 19. Aelin Galathynius and Lorcan had traveled in silence for 2 days along the eastern edges of Oakwald, moving toward the vast plains that stretched beyond. Throughout the journey, Aelin kept her questions to herself, letting him believe she was an innocent girl grateful to have been rescued by him. However, she knew it was her own cunning that had kept her alive thus far. Lorcan, on his part, seemed content with the shallow answers Aelin had given him, not questioning her identity too deeply. As they walked together, the roar of the Acanthus River began to grow louder, signaling their approach to a crucial point in their journey. Aelin longed to leave the dense forest and see the sunlight again. When they finally reached the rocky shore of the river, Aelin was awed by the sight. The Acanthus River was powerful and wide, a natural boundary between the dark Oakwald forest and the green plains on the other side. It was the first time in a long while that Aelin had seen such a vast, bright landscape, a reminder of a world she had forgotten during her captivity. Lorcan indicated they should prepare to cross the river further ahead. Aware of the need to stay unnoticed, she suggested Lorcan adopt a more human, less threatening appearance. With a commanding tone, she asked him to hide his weapons and tie back his hair. Although initially uncomfortable, Lorcan complied, adapting to the role Aelin had assigned him. Aelin also prepared, removing her leather jacket to present a more feminine appearance, a tactic she hoped would attract less unwanted attention. As they walked toward the crossing point, they began to hear the bustle of people and the sounds of carts and horses. Upon reaching the bridge, they found a line of travelers, all being inspected by Adarlan guards. The guards seemed to be searching for someone, and Aelin knew her limp could give them away. She asked Lorcan to use his magic to conceal her disability, and he did, wrapping her leg in an invisible force that made her walk more steadily. As they moved up in the line, Aelin noticed a group of traveling actors and performers also waiting to cross the bridge. She recognized an opportunity and, without hesitation, decided to approach them. With the skill of an expert liar, she invented a story about how she and Lorcan had been part of a carnival called the Carnival of Mirrors until their leader died in Rifthold. The group of performers, led by a woman named Molly, listened to Aelin with interest. Lorcan, uncomfortable with the situation, played along when Aelin introduced him as her husband and an expert knife thrower. Though initially hesitant, Molly eventually accepted Aelid's offer and allowed them to join the carnival temporarily. After negotiating their way into the group, Aelin and Lorcan climbed into one of the wagons, where they met more members of the troupe. Despite Lorcan's discomfort with his role as Aelid's husband, he tried to maintain the facade. Meanwhile, Aelin took every opportunity to observe and analyze their new companions. When they reached the bridge, the Adarlan guards inspected them closely. Aelin felt a deep anger as she watched the soldiers rummage through their belongings and mock the travelers. Lorcan sensed the fury in Aelin, but also her determination to keep up the act to ensure their safe passage across the bridge. Once they crossed the river and left the guards behind, Aelin relaxed a bit, though the anger still burned within her. As the wagon moved across the plains, Lorcan reflected on Aelid's idealistic vision. While he admired her tenacity, he knew the world was cruel and that her dreams of a better future were likely in vain. As the landscape changed and the vastness of the plains unfolded before them, Lorcan confronted his own bitterness. He had seen too much of the world to believe in happy endings or a better world. For him, war and death were inevitable, and he doubted that anyone, not even Aelin, could change that. Chapter 20. Rowan Whitethorn was at the limit of his endurance. All he wanted was a place to rest, whether it was a bed, a pile of straw, or even the floor of a stable. After days of travel, all he asked for was a roof to protect him from the relentless rain pouring over Skulls Bay. The bay was a place that, although it resembled what Rowan had imagined, surprised him in many ways. The colorful ruins of the buildings and the residents rushed to prepare for the impending storm gave the place a sense of controlled chaos. No one paid them any attention as Rowan tossed a coin to the harbor master, enough to guarantee his silence, but not so much as to attract thieves. Dorian, his traveling companion, had asked him twice how it was possible that he was still functioning without rest, but Rowan had no clear answer. He had barely slept a few hours in the past days, and exhaustion was beginning to affect his control over his magic and his concentration. They had arrived at the bay after crossing the warm waters of the Dead Islands archipelago, a landscape of turquoise oceans, white sandy beaches, and black volcanic rocks. All of that, surrounded by the dense emerald foliage of the mountainous islands, was now behind them, and all they sought was shelter to rest. A thunderclap rumbled through the bay, briefly illuminating the sea and docks, where a cobalt-blue tavern called the Sea Dragon seemed to resist the storm, with a few soaked guards at the door. That was the headquarters of Rolf, the pirate lord, and it shared a name with his most prized ship. Rowan and Dorian decided to take a different route. Throughout their journey, Rowan had kept his promise to teach Dorian to control his magic. They had worked on simple exercises, like creating a frost ball and melting it in their hands, but it was evident that Dorian still had much to learn. As they walked through the deserted streets of the bay, Dorian felt a mix of awe and fear at the law imposed by Rolf, a man who obeyed no king but only the strength of his power and cunning. As they headed toward the inn, the ocean rose, the best in town according to the harbor master. A cold gust of wind and heavy rain sharpened Rowan's senses. He felt a change in the air, a nearby deposit of power that put him on alert. Dorian felt it too, describing the sensation as something ancient, untamable, and ruthless, but it did not remind him of the Valg. They decided to investigate. Following the source of the power, they ended up in front of the Sea Dragon. Rowan couldn't help but growl at the sight of the place, remembering the disaster Aelin had caused 2 years earlier in the same tavern. They entered the tavern, empty despite the storm, where every table was made from ship sterns, trophies that reminded them of Rolf's power. A young barmaid, with sea dragon tattoos on her arms, received them without being impressed by their presence and indicated that Rolf was expecting them in his office on the 2nd floor. Though they suspected a possible trap, they decided to go ahead. They climbed the stairs and found 4 guards in the hallway who let them pass without a word. Upon opening the door, Dorian was surprised to see the Pirate Lord. Rolf was a young man, dark-haired and barely 30 years old, sitting in a red velvet chair, with the windows behind him splattered by the rain. What would happen next remained to be seen. Chapter 21. The Pirate Lord, Rolf, remained motionless in his chair as he watched the ships sway in the harbor. Around him, towers of papers rested on a worn cobalt blue carpet. Dorian could barely make out that these documents seemed to be filled with lists of goods, expenses, and other records, likely related to his dark dealings. Rolf continued to gaze out at the dock, toward the shadow of the shipbreaker that swayed with the storm winds. He probably didn't need a magical map to find out about their arrival, just being in that strategic place was enough. He wore dark leather gloves, worn from use, hiding the tattoos that, according to legend, marked his destiny. Rowan and Dorian kept silent, aware of the power in waiting for Rolf to speak first. The rain pounded the windows as drops fell from their wet clothes onto the carpet. Finally, Rolf broke the silence, gesturing for them to remove their hoods. Dorian hesitated, but Rowan intervened, noting that the barmaid had already made it clear that Rolf knew who they were. The captain smiled slyly and, after a brief exchange, stood up, revealing his stature similar to Dorian's and his simple but high-quality attire, with a rapier and a fighting knife at his side. After removing his hood, Rowan revealed his identity as a Fey male. Rolf, impressed by the silver hair, pointed ears, and fangs, commented on their shared fondness for tattoos. Then, his attention turned to Dorian, who finally showed his face. Rolf indicated that they should sit in front of his desk, covered in papers, and as they did so, he revealed the recent news. Dorian had been declared a traitor to his crown by Duke Parrington, now self-proclaimed king, who had also named Holland as his heir. Rolf's words shook Dorian, especially upon hearing that his mother and brother were now under Moreth's direct threat. Rolf continued, informing them that Parrington had sent messengers to spread his decree and that anyone who allied with Dorian would be considered an enemy. Dorian, his mind full of worries, asked directly whose side Rolf was on. The captain, in a mocking tone, said he was on the side of those who stayed out of his territory. Rowan mentioned the eastern islands of the archipelago, hinting that those lands no longer belonged to Rolf. In response, the Pirate Lord showed his tattooed hands, revealing a magical map of the archipelago, where the eastern islands appeared frozen, unmoving, as if a dark shadow had consumed them. Rolf explained that those islands were under Moreth's control, protected by magical shields that not even his map could penetrate. The creatures that now ruled those waters were sea beasts, sea wyverns, designed for naval battle. These creatures were a corruption of ancient models, larger than a ship, and capable of massive destruction. Dorian tried to reason with Rolf, but the captain was reluctant to get involved in the war. Rowan suggested that the archipelago could serve as a base to attack Moreth from the sea, but Rolf was not convinced. However, when Dorian mentioned that some of the captured crews had been sent back infested with Valg demons, Rolf finally showed a sign of weakness. The mention of those demons made Rolf shudder, recalling the men he had lost. Rowan seized the opportunity to explain to Rolf the true nature of the Valg and the power of Erewhon, now undisguised, who ruled as King of Morath. Rolf, disturbed, asked how Dorian had survived a Valg infestation, but the young king could not offer a satisfactory answer. Just when the conversation seemed to be reaching a deadlock, Rolf signaled, and after a few moments of tension, 2 Fey males appeared at the door. Rowan, seeing them, reacted instinctively, throwing a dagger that embedded itself in the wall a few inches from one of the newcomers' heads. The tension in the room rose even further as the identity and purpose of the newcomers remained to be revealed. Chapter 22. The scene begins with Dorian realizing the danger too late when a dagger thrown by a stranger whizzes past his head and embeds itself in the wall. The attacker, a man with bronze skin and dark eyes, laughs at Dorian's reaction. This mysterious man is accompanied by another with a serious demeanor and honey-colored eyes, who addresses Rowan, who had already drawn his weapons, asking him to lower them, as they were not there to attack him. Dorian, observing these 2 men, feels his magic react, recognizing the latent power in them. Together with Rowan, they form a kind of storm of ancient and primal force that could destroy the city if they wished. The tension in the air is palpable, and Dorian realizes that these men, called Gavriel and Fenris, are old comrades of Rowan, indicating a complicated relationship between them. Rowan, although he lowers his weapons, does not hide his distrust and asks for the reason for their presence there. Fenris, with a relaxed attitude, suggests that they all sit down for lunch to discuss the matter. During the meal, Gavriel reveals that Maeve's armada is on its way to this continent, news that puts Dorian and Rowan on alert. Maeve, the feared queen they had all served, was not known for sharing power, suggesting that her intentions could be sinister. The conversation becomes tenser when Rolf, the pirate lord, expresses skepticism about Aelin Galathynius, the Queen of Fire, being in his lands. Rowan, visibly annoyed, denies that Aelin is with them and confronts Rolf, who seems more interested in protecting his own interests than joining the cause against common enemies. The situation escalates when Rolf, challenging Rowan, hints that Aelin might arrive soon, provoking a hostile reaction from the Fey Prince. Finally, Rolf allows them to stay and send any messages they need, but makes it clear that he will follow no orders while on his territory. Rowan, Dorian, Fenris, and Gavriel retreat to the inn, where Rowan secures the room before the conversation continues. It is evident that the relationship between Rowan and his old comrades is complicated and tense. Fenris, always provocative, does not miss an opportunity to make sarcastic comments, while Gavriel, more moderate, reveals that they have been sent by Maeve to hunt Lorcan, another of Rowan's old companions. The chapter culminates with the revelation that Fenris and Gavriel's goal is not to capture Lorcan but to kill him, adding a new layer of complexity and danger to the already tense situation. Chapter 23. Rowan remained motionless after hearing the news. Fenris informed him that, in fact, 3 hunters had been sent by Maeve. Vaughn, in his osprey form, had flown north while they headed south. Their mission was clear: to find Lorcan and kill him, using any means necessary. They had come to Skull's Bay to see if Rolf had had any dealings with Lorcan, hoping to bribe him for information. The situation was complex for Rowan. If he handed Lorcan, who might have one of the word keys, over to Maeve, the danger would be immense. However, his resolve was firm. He would stay out of Lorcan's affairs. This response infuriated Fenris, but before the situation could escalate, Gavriel intervened, proposing a possible negotiation. Rowan, recognizing the seriousness in Gavriel's gaze, decided not to reveal the bond they shared through Edion, his son. The conversation turned strategic when Rowan suggested that if they were sent an army of warriors from Doranel, he would share Lorcan's location. Fenris scoffed, knowing such an army was beyond their reach. Rowan, however, proposed another option: join his cause and fight alongside Aelin. This proposal made Fenris uncomfortable, accusing Rowan of manipulating them. Rowan, aware of the gravity of the situation, reminded them that the fight against Erawan and Maeve would not be easy, but that Aelin was willing to face them and the gods if it meant achieving peace. His speech, filled with despair at the possibility of losing Aelin, resonated in Gavriel and Fenris' minds, who exchanged worried looks. However, Rowan knew that Maeve's orders could have devastating consequences if disobeyed. In an attempt to convince Gavriel, Rowan played his last card. He revealed that Gavriel had a son, Edion, who was advancing towards Skulls Bay. The news left Gavriel paralyzed, while Fenris rejected it incredulously. Rowan, cold and calculating, gave them time to consider his offer, suggesting they wait to meet Edion before making a decision. However, he also made it clear that any attempt to inform Maeve of this discovery would invalidate their deal and condemn them. Rowan knew that by revealing this information, he was endangering both Edion and his mission, but he trusted that Gavriel's desperation to meet his son would be enough to keep them in line. As Fenris and Gavriel withdrew, with the latter's devastated expression and the tension visible in the air, Rowan prepared for the upcoming battles. The war was shaping up on two fronts, and he had no intention of losing it. Chapter 24. The Windsong set sail from Ilium at dawn, with two hooded figures aboard who had paid in gold for their passage. Although their apparent destination was Lariba, they had no intention of reaching it. No member of the crew mentioned that the two passengers were, in fact, Aelin and Edion, the queen and general who had freed the city the night before. The journey, considered simple along the continent's coast, hid dangers, especially when crossing near Rifthold, where Erawan's witches might be patrolling the sea. Aelin, watching the sunrise from the ship's deck, lost herself in thought. She knew that every minute that passed increased the risk of Rowan and Dorian being captured. The urgency of her mission weighed on her mind, as did the constant threat of Erawan, whose influence was spreading ever further. Edion, after his third inspection of the ship, joined Aelin on the deck. Though he tried to joke about letting women lead, the tension between them could not be ignored. The conversation soon turned to darker matters, such as the possibility of Erawan using their loved ones against them. Aelin, recalling the horror of Endivir, tried to console Edion, who remained tormented by the fact that, despite having been in the enemy's clutches, he had not been corrupted like others. Edion shared his concern about what might have happened, admitting that he had been camping near the salt mines of Endivir at a crucial moment. Aelin, recognizing Erawan's manipulation, tried to shift the conversation to the present, recalling the promise she made to protect those she cared about. Silence fell over them, heavy with memories of the past. Aelin, trying to understand Edion, mentioned the Battle of Theralis, a traumatic experience he had lived through at 14. Edion, without his usual arrogance, revealed that that battle was the one he most often saw in his dreams, marking a crucial moment in his life as a warrior. Aelin, feeling the weight of his pain, regretted what her cousin had had to endure. The conversation changed when Aelin admitted that she understood Darrow's reasons for preventing her access to Terrason, though she planned to fight his decree. Edion, though initially surprised, accepted the explanation with the understanding of a soldier who recognizes the need for certain sacrifices. Aelin, feeling the power of the amulet she wore, reflected on their next destination, Skulls Bay, where she hoped to find answers and fulfill promises. She knew that time was against her, with Erawan's threat looming ever closer, and that she would need every advantage she could find to face what was coming. Chapter 25. Manon Blackbeak awoke in the middle of Oakwalled Forest, hearing the whisper of the wind and the distant song of birds. Still tied to Abraxos, her wyvern saddle, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen as she tried to move. Her body, covered in wounds and blood, was on the verge of collapse, but her determination kept her conscious. With great effort, Manon managed to untie herself from the saddle and slide to the ground with Abraxos' help, who watched her with concern. She knew she needed water to clean her wounds and prevent infection, but any movement was agony. With each step she took, she felt the blood flow anew, but she had no choice. The sound of a nearby stream guided her, and with incredible strength, she managed to reach it. As she desperately drank from the stream, a cold voice startled her. A figure emerged from the shadows, a beautiful young woman with reddish hair and icy blue eyes. This figure, not human or witch, but a creature known as the Dark King's Hound, had been sent by Erewhon to capture her. The human appearance of the creature soon faded, revealing its true form, a white abomination with wings and deformed features, born from nightmares. Manon, weakened but still fighting to survive, prepared for the confrontation. When the hound lunged at her, Manon used her surroundings to her advantage, dodging the attack by taking refuge between two trees. The creature was momentarily trapped, giving Manon the time she needed to escape. With pain tearing through her with every step, Manon ran toward Abraxos, who was already prepared to fly. Just as the creature managed to free itself, Abraxos lifted her from the ground with his claws and soared quickly into the sky. From above, Manon saw the hound trying to follow them, but Abraxos confronted it in a swift and lethal attack, severely wounding the creature. As they flew toward the coast, Manon knew the battle was not over. Despite the momentary victory, the hound remained a threat. With her body growing weaker from blood loss, she ordered Abraxos to take them to safety. Darkness reclaimed her just before the wyvern plunged into the night, leaving the danger behind for the moment. Chapter 26. After 2 weeks of frustrating waiting in Skulls Bay, Dorian could not get used to the stifling heat and oppressive humidity of the place. Despite his attempts to keep busy, the discomfort of the weather and Rolf's lack of response, as he refused to meet with them, kept him irritated. To escape the tedium, Dorian spent his mornings practicing magic in a jungle clearing under Rowan's strict supervision, who forced him to run long distances and follow exhausting physical routines. Some days, Fenris and Gavriel would join them in the inn's courtyard, offering advice on weapon handling, which often led Rowan to chase them off with a growl. Dorian, for his part, battled the ghosts of his past, especially on those days when not even the sun's heat could dispel the shadows that haunted him, constantly reminding him of the horror of Sorsha's death. In the afternoons, Dorian and Rowan would walk through the city, gathering information and closely observing Rolf's men. Skulls Bay was full of rumors and snippets of news, most concerning the state of Rifthold, now under the control of witches and in ruins. The city's fate seemed grim, with witches controlling the gates and docks, and Morith's soldiers rapidly approaching. Meanwhile, Rowan managed to discover that Erewhon's fleet had strategically divided, positioning part of its forces in the Gulf of Oro, near the northwest coast of Alwi, and the other part in the ports of Melisande, where the Queen had allowed Morith's soldiers to enter. The situation was critical, and Rowan warned that they would have to sacrifice territories and alliances to protect what was essential. Dorian, however, felt frustrated when he realized that during his time as prince, he had been kept in the dark about Erewhon's true plans. Now, with war imminent, the news of the fleet and the uncertainty about Aelin's whereabouts filled him with worry. One afternoon, tired of waiting for Rolf to agree to meet with them, Dorian decided to act. With Rowan's help, he devised a plan to lure the pirate lord into a meeting. They pretended to receive alarming news that could alter the course of the war, ensuring that Rolf's spies overheard them. The plan worked, and 3 hours later, Rolf summoned them to the Sea Dragon Tavern. As they were led to Rolf's office, Dorian couldn't help but feel uneasy about how closely they had been watched, though the success of their plan gave him some satisfaction. However, upon entering the office, they were met with an even greater surprise. Sitting behind the desk, with a casual attitude and a mischievous smile, was Aelin Galathynius, waiting for her companions with unshakable confidence. Chapter 27. Dorian stood still as Rolf, the pirate lord, growled with contained fury. In front of him, Aelin, in her role as Selena Sardothian, sat nonchalantly in her chair, with her feet up on the desk, defying his authority. The tension in the room was palpable as she responded with a feline smile, enjoying the dangerous game unfolding. Rowan stood beside Dorian, as still as a statue, watching every move Aelin made. She, with an air of cheekiness, finally lowered her feet from the desk and addressed Dorian with a smile, greeting him as Selena. Dorian, aware of the Fey male's eyes on him, responded calmly, trying to hide his nervousness. Rolf, increasingly irritated, demanded that Aelin step away from his chair, but she ignored him, focusing on a provocative conversation with Rowan, pretending not to know him and showing a flirtatious interest. The tension grew as Aelin began to play with the emeralds on Rolf's desk, toying with them while hinting at the exceptional talents of the queen to whom Rowan was so loyal. Rolf, increasingly exasperated, finally demanded to know what Aelin was doing there. She, with the same irreverence, reminded him of the promise he had made years ago not to trade slaves again. Upon interrogating him, she was satisfied to find that Rolf had kept his word and had not trafficked slaves since then. However, the tension in the room increased when Rolf, enraged, ordered Rowan and the other Fey males to kill Aelin on the spot in exchange for the alliance of his ships. Aelin, with unshakable confidence, ignored the threat and introduced the real Aelin Galathynius, who entered the room dressed in a green robe, revealing that the Aelin sitting at the desk was actually Lysandra, the shapeshifter. Rolf's surprise was evident, and although he tried to question the queen's authenticity, Gavriel and Fenris confirmed that the real Aelin was present. The revelation left Rolf speechless as Aelin approached Lysandra, exchanging friendly comments about her change of appearance. With the situation under control, Aelin turned back to Rolf, with a smile that hid her determination. It was clear that the queen had no intention of allowing Rolf to refuse to help her in the upcoming war. Chapter 28. Aelin Galathynius, brimming with her usual arrogance, made no attempt to hide her attitude as Rolf led her to an elegant table in his office. As she walked to her seat, Rowan quickly approached, placing a hand on her elbow and whispering in a low voice, updating her on the situation. He spoke of the group of warriors working with them under the condition that they lead them to Lorcan, whom Maeve had sent to kill. He also mentioned the Adarlan fleet positioned in the Gulf of Oro and Maeve's fleet heading toward Islewe, though they still didn't know if it was to attack or assist. Despite the grim news, Rowan concluded with a whisper that made Aelin smile. He confessed how much he had missed her. Aelin, unconcerned about who might be watching, stood on her toes to gently kiss his lips. Rowan's hand tightened on her, and Aelin responded with a gaze full of affection. While Rolf watched the scene with anger, Aelin addressed him in her provocative tone, reminding him that despite their mutual hatred, they both shared a disdain for empires that tried to control them. Rolf, however, was not in the mood for games and threw a threat at her, to which Aelin responded by displaying her magic, showing a silver tongue of fire in the shape of a snake. This prompted a stifled laugh from Fenris, but the humor didn't last long, as the situation was serious. Aelin and Rolf entered into a tense negotiation. Aelin offered to make him a pirate king, elevating him from a mere criminal to a respected man with a kingdom of his own. However, Rolf remained skeptical and dismissed the proposal, arguing that dreamers and their promises were useless compared to the warriors who actually shed their blood for the world. Aelin, unwilling to yield, promised him a better world if they won the war, but Rolf, shrewd and hardened, was not easily convinced, even suggesting he might marry her to gain the power he desired. The exchange grew more tense when Dorian intervened, revealing that they had manipulated Rolf into meeting with them, which only increased the pirates' anger. Rolf ordered them to leave the island within 2 days, reaffirming his promise to enforce the threat he made to them 2 years ago. Aelin and her group left the office, facing a new dilemma: the inevitable meeting between Edion and his father, Gavriel. As they walked down the hallway, Gavriel demanded to know his son's whereabouts, but Aelin, with her characteristic sarcasm, responded that he was in no position to demand anything. The tension between them was palpable, but before the situation could escalate, Lysandra, in her shapeshifter form, discreetly intervened to warn Edion. Back at the Ocean Rose, Aelin and her group gathered to discuss their next steps. Edion, eager to prepare for war, asked questions about the witches and their strategy, while Dorian pondered the motives of the Iron Teeth for allying with Erewhon. Aelin proposed capturing a witch alive to get answers, while her mind remained occupied with the orders she had received in Ilium to find the lock. With the war rapidly approaching, time was their enemy, and Aelin knew every decision would be crucial. Dinner was a reminder of the gravity of the situation, with Aelin feeling the weight of the threats looming over them. She knew she had to ensure that Rolf and his map would be allies in the search for the lock, and she was determined to take one step at a time to secure their victory. Chapter 29. Edion felt a growing unease as he waited at the entrance of an alley with Lysandra. It wasn't due to the company of the shapeshifter, who, in her current form as a young redhead with green eyes, could have passed for one of the beautiful maidens from northern Terrasen. Rather, he was disturbed by the situation. He was pretending to be a customer looking to buy an hour, while Lysandra played the role of a prostitute in Skulls Bay. Skulls Bay, a place he already despised, was a nest of dangers, and the plan they were carrying out, a trap to lure Rolf, seemed too uncertain. Edion eyed the gold chain Lysandra wore around her neck, where the amulet of Orinth was hidden. He wondered if the plan to lure the pirate lord with a jewel that might be nothing more than a worthless trinket would really work. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Dorian, hooded and pretending to be another potential customer. Edion, with his usual brusqueness, asked what he wanted, and Dorian informed them that Rowan had sent him to check on their progress. The conversation grew tense when Dorian asked if Edion planned to see his father, Gavriel. Uncomfortable with the topic, Edion responded curtly and tried to steer the conversation away. Lysandra, noticing Edion's attitude toward Dorian, confronted him, demanding that he show more compassion toward the king, who had suffered greatly. The argument between them intensified, with Lysandra defending Dorian and Edion resisting, showing empathy. Though Edion tried to justify his resentment toward Dorian for past events, Lysandra urged him to be more understanding. The tension between them finally dissipated when Lysandra asked if he truly wanted to meet his father. Edion, after some reflection, admitted that he did, though he wasn't sure how to handle the situation. Lysandra, in a soothing tone, offered to accompany him to the meeting, something he accepted with gratitude, though he couldn't fully explain why he wanted it. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps in the alley. Both hid in the shadows, ready for anything. However, the figure that appeared turned out to be a young woman who fit the description of Rolf's barmaid. Lysandra, keeping up her role, suggested that the girl wait her turn, but the girl blushed and quickly retreated. Edion and Lysandra waited in silence, but no one else appeared. After a while, they began to head back to the Ocean Rose, still unsure if they had been discovered or if the barmaid's visit had another purpose. As they walked back, Edion couldn't help but think that while the plan seemed to have failed, there might be something more at play that they didn't fully understand. Chapter 30. After 2 weeks of trudging through muddy plains, Aelin was already tired of using her mother's name. Every day was an effort to keep her identity hidden, and she was exhausted by Molly and Ombriel's constant questions about her background, family, and the scars on her leg. But what really wore her down was Lorcan's constant watchfulness, who barely spoke to her but was always present, especially when accompanying her to fetch water or firewood, pressing her for information about Morath. The journey with the carnival caravan was slow due to the terrain, soaked by the constant rain, and the muddy ground often caused the wagons to get stuck. Lorcan, still playing the role of her husband, slept on the ground each night, avoiding her completely, which Aelin found a relief. The few conversations they had while gathering firewood were cold and distant. Lorcan demanded she tell him more about Morath's dungeons, but Aelin, disturbed by the memories of her time in the cells, tried to avoid the topic. However, Lorcan's persistence forced her to relive those painful memories, which only increased her resentment toward him. One night, as they ventured into a small grove to gather more wood, Aelin stumbled and fell, barely aided by Lorcan's magic. He looked at her without emotion as he questioned her about the dungeons. Aelin, tired of his questions and of reliving the horror of her captivity, decided she would no longer give him any more details. Though she knew Lorcan could intimidate her, she refused to submit to his demands. He tried to pressure her, but she made it clear that he couldn't force her to reveal more than she was willing to share. Aelin, feeling the weight of her experiences and the pain in her ankle, rebelled against Lorcan and decided not to give him the information he sought, at least not at that moment. Lorcan, surprised by her resistance, backed off a little, and the conversation was left in suspense as they both returned to the camp. Later, in the tent they shared, Lorcan tried to offer her a bath and some comfort, but Aelin, still distrustful, kept him at a distance. The conversation grew tense when Lorcan asked about her uncle Vernon, the man who had taken her to Morath to be part of the Valg experiments. Aelin, reliving the trauma of her past, told him how her uncle had tried to cross her bloodline with that of the Valg, an attempt that, fortunately, had not succeeded. Lorcan, who had witnessed many horrors throughout his life, was shocked by what Aelin revealed. Though the information was crucial to his plans, he couldn't help but feel a strange connection with her, a mix of compassion and respect for the strength she had shown in surviving such atrocities. By the end of the night, as darkness enveloped the camp, Aelin and Lorcan found themselves at a point of tacit understanding. Both were broken in different ways, but they were also determined to achieve their goals, no matter the cost. The caravan would continue its journey the next day, but the dynamic between them had changed, and neither Aelin nor Lorcan knew exactly what that would mean for the future. Chapter 31. Aelin knew that at least they had confirmed Rolf's map worked, though not without causing some complications. Rowan had suggested the test, and while Edion and Lysandra believed the Pirate Lord would go after the Amulet of Orinth, it had all been a plan to confirm the map's authenticity. Rolf's fear of the Valg's return was palpable, and his barmaid had been sent to spy, following exactly the plan Rowan had foreseen. After leaping between rooftops and sneaking into strangers' rooms, Aelin and Rowan returned to their inn, where they found Gavriel and Fenris waiting in the room. The two Fae warriors were tense, dressed, and armed. Though Aelin tried to keep the atmosphere relaxed with her sarcasm, the tensions were evident, especially when questions about Maeve and her intentions arose. Fenris, with his carefree demeanor, made it clear that their queen had absolute control over them, a control Aelin did not share with Rowan. The conversation turned more serious when Aelin mentioned Maeve's possible alliance with Erewhon and the unsettling idea that she might be planning to intercept the Empire's fleet. Despite the limitations imposed by their blood oaths, Gavriel and Fenris shared what they knew. Rolf was expecting a shipment of devastating weapons from the southern continent. The information was crucial for Aelin, who realized she would not be alone in the coming battle. As they left the room, Aelin and Rowan paused in the shadows of a chimney in Skulls Bay. The tension of the past days, the weight of the decisions to come, and the uncertainty about their future became evident when Aelin expressed her fear of facing monarchs who had schemed for centuries. But Rowan, with his characteristic calm and certainty, assured her that, despite everything, he would always fight for her, even if Maeve had enslaved him. That moment of intimacy and connection between them, so full of unspoken desire and promises, gave them the strength to move forward. They kissed under the moonlight, knowing that the road ahead would be arduous, but determined to face it together, with their fire burning in their veins. Chapter 32. Edion spent most of the night awake, pondering where would be the best place to meet his father. No place seemed suitable. The beach suggested too much intimacy, Rolf's office was too public, and the inn's courtyard felt excessively formal. Just as he managed to fall asleep, he heard Aelin and Rowan return, past midnight. It didn't surprise him that they had gone out without warning, but at least, he thought, Aelin had gone with Rowan. Lysandra, who was sleeping soundly, didn't stir when the footsteps echoed in the hallway. Hours earlier, Edion had to care for her when she, exhausted from her transformations, nearly collapsed upon returning to her human form. He covered her with a blanket and laid her on the bed, gently stroking her bare back until she fell into a deep sleep, in a sleep as deep as that demanded by magic. Edion got up at dawn, unable to keep trying to sleep, and prepared for the meeting. Lysandra, already awake, forced him to change out of his dirty clothes into a more presentable outfit she obtained from Rowan's room, not without causing a commotion with Aelin. When they were ready, he and Lysandra had breakfast in silence, and then walked to Rolf's tavern. Upon entering, Edion saw his father, Gavriel, sitting with Fenris. Without a word, he approached, noting the similarities between them, the chiseled features, the still posture, the predatory grace. Gavriel stood, surprised, and murmured in a hoarse voice how much Edion resembled his mother. Edion's anger boiled over. He spoke to his father about his mother, a young woman who had sacrificed everything to protect him, who died alone and sad, fearful that Maeve would discover his existence. With each word, the tension grew until finally, Edion told Gavriel that he wanted nothing from him except his help in the war. Despite his father's apologies, Edion left, leaving Gavriel behind. Lysandra followed him to a rocky ledge in the jungle, where Edion finally let himself collapse, overwhelmed by the intensity of the encounter. Lysandra, with her usual calm, encouraged him, reminding him that he had spoken from the heart and that Gavriel, far from being offended, would probably do anything for him. With a laugh that lightened the mood, Edion let Lysandra comfort him, acknowledging that, despite everything, he needed that connection with his father, even if he wasn't ready to admit it. Meanwhile, Aelin entered the Sea Dragon, wishing she could rest without the constant pressure of war. Gavriel and Fenris were with Rolf, who tensed when he saw her enter with Rowan. However, it was Fenris who warned Rolf to watch his words, observing the contained fury in Rowan. Aelin, with a calculated smile, approached Rolf to see if he had changed his mind about the alliance. But her attention was diverted when she saw the map spread out on the table, where silver figurines marked the positions of Moreth's armies. The line that crossed the continent from the Furian Gap to the Gulf of Oro was clear, Moreth was ready to attack Aelwi, and help from the north was now impossible. Chapter 33. Aelin observed the map spread out before her, noting how the enemy army's line cut across the continent from the Firian Gap to the Gulf of Oro. Rolf's words echoed in her ears. Aelwi was defenseless, without an army, with only a few bands of rebel militia to resist Moreth's onslaught. The latent panic in his voice was evident, and Aelin understood the implications of this new threat. Rowan asked for exact numbers, but Rolf had nothing but rumors, a warning to keep his shipments away from the Aviary. Gavriel added that Moreth's legions were moving at an alarming speed, a speed he had never seen before. Aelin realized then that this was not just a conquest, it was a message from Erawan, a reminder of his power, directed specifically at her. While the others discussed possibilities and strategies, Aelin, her face pale, grasped the gravity of the message. Erawan was attacking the kingdom of her friend Nehemia, to devastate it, to destroy any hope she might have. Rowan, with a hand on her lower back, supported her as she processed what this meant. But she knew they couldn't stop now. They had to keep going. Aelin, her voice tense, declared that Rolf would give her his fleet, the firearms he had ordered, and everything else when the Mycenaeans arrived. Rolf laughed, dismissing her with disdain, claiming the Mycenaeans were a myth, a sailor's legend. Aelin, with coldness, revealed that she knew he was the heir of the Mycenaeans and that she was there to claim that debt with his lineage. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as the Fae males exchanged looks. Aelin let her power flow, filling the room with her overwhelming presence. The bay's waters stirred, the city bells rang, and Rolf, pale, was petrified by the force she unleashed. When she finally released that energy, everything returned to calm. Rolf, astonished, tried to respond, but Aelin, confident in her control of the situation, reminded him that she needed his support. As Aelin and the others discussed strategies, Edion and Lysandra arrived, followed by Dorian, who had also felt Aelin's call. As they analyzed their options, Rolf remained reluctant, but Aelin, determined, forced him to accept her plan, demanding to be admiral, claiming Ilium, and securing her legacy as the archipelago's leader. The situation in the bay intensified when 8 Moreth warships, accompanied by sea wyverns, were spotted moving rapidly toward the island. Aelin, without losing control, organized her allies, assigning each their role in the battle. Rowan, Lysandra, Fenris, and Gavriel would join her on Rolf's fastest ship to face the threat directly. Dorian tried to object, but Aelin, with a cold voice, reminded him that one of them had to live. She assigned him the defense of the South Tower with his magic, while Edion prepared to protect the shipbreaker chain. Rolf, finally yielding, accepted her terms and shook Aelin's hand, who smiled with a small flame in her eyes, marking the beginning of an alliance forged in the fire of conflict. Dorian, watching Aelin, realized her madness, a brilliant and calculated madness. He understood that this war would not be won with smiles and diplomacy, but with cunning and a willingness to risk everything, even an entire island, to obtain what was necessary for victory. As Aelin and her allies prepared for battle, Dorian knew he would need to learn from her boldness and her ability to manipulate even the most powerful to her advantage. Chapter 34. Aelin, known for her cunning and skill in manipulating her enemies, had no doubt that her reputation would only grow as the war progressed. She knew they would call her many things: liar, murderer, thief. But as the supernatural darkness gathered on the horizon, a small part of her wondered if she had bitten off more than she and her friends could chew. However, she didn't let fear take hold of her. Instead, she let the dark fire flow through her body, reminding her of her power. Securing Rolf's alliance was only part of the plan. The other, perhaps more important, was to send a message not only to Morith, but to the entire world. She wanted all potential allies, those watching from afar, to understand that this was not about a rebellious princess, but an unstoppable force, a natural disaster in the form of a commander. Her goal was that when they considered whether to join her cause, they would remember that day and consider the consequences of opposing her. Rolf, after giving orders to his men, boarded the Sea Dragon, while Edion and Dorian headed to the observation towers. Aelin, along with Lysandra, headed to the ship with Rowan and his two companions following closely. The people in the streets watched with fear and awe as the group armed themselves and prepared for what was to come. Aelin approached Lysandra, who was calmly monitoring the surroundings, and asked if she knew what she had to do. Lysandra nodded, her eyes shining with determination. Without further ado, Aelin wished her a happy hunt, and Lysandra, in a graceful move, dropped into the water from the ship's edge. The men on deck watched in surprise as the shapeshifter disappeared into the ocean blue. But it wasn't long before something enormous emerged from the water, a jade sea dragon with sharp teeth and an impressive wingspan. The crew, astonished, could barely believe what they were seeing. Rolf, pale, clung to the helm, realizing that the legend had come to life. Two sea wyverns were approaching, but Lysandra, now transformed into a powerful sea dragon, was ready to face them. Aelin, aware of the importance of this battle, silently prayed that Lysandra would succeed. Edion, in the observation tower, prepared the giant harpoon, ready to defend the bay. He saw Lysandra's sea dragon shadow moving under the water, and though he felt a chill of terror, he also felt deep admiration for Aelin's cunning and Lysandra's bravery. He knew that these two women had planned everything with relentless precision. Lysandra, submerged in the water, prepared for battle. Her senses, now sharpened in her dragon form, detected every vibration, every change in the current. She knew the larger predators fled at the presence of the wyverns, but she was ready to face them. Her new form, inspired by Mycenaean legends, was her most powerful weapon. Meanwhile, on the surface, the sea dragon advanced toward the shipbreaker chain, with Rolf's men rowing with all their might. Aelin and Rowan prepared to unleash all their power, aware that any mistake could mean the island's destruction. Edion watched from the tower, ready to fire the harpoon if the enemy ships tried to cross the chain. Lysandra, meanwhile, positioned herself on the reef, ready for the battle about to begin. With her claws anchored in the rock, she waited patiently for the wyvern's arrival. She knew this fight would be brutal, with no rules or mercy. But she was ready. With her new power, Lysandra prepared to fight like a true sea dragon, aware that her victory could mean everyone's salvation. Chapter 35. Aelin, sitting on the sea dragon's railing, enjoyed the salty breeze caressing her face as the ship sped through the waves. Rowan, using his magic, filled the sails with wind, speeding the ship toward the giant chain that protected the bay. As they passed over the chain, the danger became more palpable, with the shipbreaker beginning to emerge behind them, ensuring the other ships remained safe in the bay. The plan was simple. If everything went well, one ship would be enough to face the enemy. If not, no amount of ships would make a difference. Aelin, gripping the mast rope tightly, looked toward the horizon, where the enemy ship's black sails loomed against the sky. The word key, hanging between her breasts, whispered in response to the corruption tainting the air. When the moment came, Aelin climbed down from the railing, her boots thudding on the wet deck. Rowan, always at her side, ensured she was ready, fastening the iron shackles around her wrists. Aelin's revulsion toward the metal was palpable, and her magic writhed beneath her skin. Captain Rolf, impatient, approached them, demanding to know what to do next. Aelin, in her characteristic defiant tone, ordered him to get them as close as possible to the enemy fleet and then turn the ship so the masts wouldn't obstruct them when they opened fire. As the enemy ships approached, Aelin and Rowan performed a simple but powerful ritual. They joined their bloodied hands, sealing a pact of power that resonated in their veins and the air around them. Aelin's power, immense and ancient, began to flow, fueled by her connection to Rowan. He held her firmly, reminding her to release her power slowly, but Aelin was sinking deeper and deeper into the abyss of her magic, reaching depths she hadn't known existed. Rolf, from his position at the helm, warned them that the ships were close. Rowan, always alert, instructed Aelin to aim for the fleet center so the ships on the sides would scatter toward the reef, where they would be destroyed. The crucial moment arrived, and with a roar of power, Aelin unleashed her magic. What followed was an explosion of power so intense it seemed the sky itself had been pierced by a column of fire. Aelin, enveloped in flames, was the embodiment of a goddess of destruction. The men aboard the Sea Dragon recoiled, terrified by the magnitude of the power emanating from the Queen of Terrasen. But Aelin, absorbed by her power, realized something else was happening within her. Something ancient and malevolent had awakened. Rowan, sensing the danger, tried to connect with Aelin through their bond, but what he found was a strange and terrifying presence. The word key, hanging between Aelin's breasts, had unleashed something more. As Aelin's power reached its peak, the goddess Diana manifested, using Aelin's body as a conduit for her celestial power. Aelin's eyes glowed with a blazing turquoise, but the center was a cold silver, a sign that it was no longer just Aelin controlling the power. Fenris, horrified, whispered that it wasn't Aelin. Diana, speaking through Aelin, issued a warning to Rowan. All keys have a lock, and the promised queen must find it before it was too late. The cold, white light emanating from Aelin's hand wasn't earthly fire, but fire stolen from the stars, a fire that could destroy not only enemies, but the innocent as well. In a moment of clarity, Aelin fought against the goddess who had taken control of her body. She remembered her name, her purpose, and with immense willpower, she banished Diana, regaining control of her power. But the damage was already done. The power she had unleashed was heading toward the town, the fleet, and the island itself. At the last second, Aelin managed to divert the attack, but she couldn't prevent the ship, part of the enemy fleet, and a portion of the island from being shattered by a storm of fire and ice, the fire stolen from the stars. Chapter 36. Under the waves, silence reigned, though the muffled sounds of screams, collisions, and death reached Aelin like distant echoes. She descended, plunged into a despair as deep as her power, and the wordkey's weight on her neck felt like a rock dragging her down. The recent possession by Diana still haunted her. The goddess had taken control of her body, using her power to destroy, and now Aelin struggled to pull herself together, wondering what she had done. Aelin's lungs began to burn from lack of oxygen when she felt a large, strong hand grab her from behind and pull her toward the surface, dragging her with a steady, firm rhythm. Light and air burst around her as the hand holding her wrapped around her chest, keeping her afloat in the churning waves. It was Fenris, not Rowan, who held her, his voice low and urgent. Aelin blinked, and with that blink, her sense of self returned with force. The battle, the sea, and the imminent threat of Moreth. Promising herself she would face Diana later, hunt her down in every world if necessary, Aelin tried to focus on the present. Fenris, gasping for breath from the magic he had used to transport them both, ordered her to swim with all her strength toward the reef. Though her legs trembled with fatigue and her mind was in chaos, Aelin obeyed, rushing toward Rowan's outstretched hand. He, along with Gavriel, was waiting for her on the reef, both soaked but alive. The water around her was stained with blood, and corpses floated everywhere, remnants of Morith's fleet that had been destroyed by her unleashed power. However, 3 enemy ships were still rapidly approaching the remains of the sea dragon, ready to finish off what was left of the resistance. Summaries, with his hair plastered to his head and labored breathing, swam beside Aelin, urging her to move faster. Rowan, without a word, swam toward her, positioning himself behind her to watch her back along with Fenris. Though she wanted to prove she could handle it alone, the reality was that her magic was drained, her power consumed by the struggle with Deanna. Finally, Gavriel pulled her out of the water with ease, holding her as her legs gave way. Rowan was beside her in an instant, brushing the wet hair from her face and making sure she was all right. Aelin, still feeling the weight of the exhausted magic and the recent possession, assured him in a hoarse voice that she was fine, that she was still herself. However, there was no time to rest. Fenris, exhausted from the battle's effort, admitted he couldn't use his magic to transport the group to shore and that they would have to swim. But the water around the reef was still dangerous, and there was no sign of Lysandra or the sea wyverns that still lurked in the depths. Lysandra, in her sea dragon form, had also felt the chaos and destruction Aelin had unleashed. While swimming underwater, she rescued Rolf and his first officer, pulling them from the wreckage that had trapped them. However, she didn't have much time to recover before sensing a new threat: 2 sea wyverns, attracted by the blood staining the water. Despite the danger, Lysandra decided to face them. Using her speed and agility, she attacked the hull of one of the enemy ships, breaking the wood and allowing water to flood the ship. While fighting the wyverns, she realized these creatures were not simple beasts, but intelligent and deadly predators. One of the wyverns reached her, but Lysandra managed to strike it with her tail, sending it flying. However, the second wyvern attacked with relentless ferocity. Using all her strength, Lysandra repeatedly slammed it against a ship, destroying both the beast and the ship's hull in the process. Though she had won the battle, she was exhausted and wounded. While Lysandra fought, Aelin and the Fey males watched from the reef. The queen, exhausted but determined, shouted a warning to Lysandra: "Swim," pointing toward the open sea. 3 enormous figures were approaching at great speed, threatening to end what little resistance remained. Chapter 37. Edion watched from the tower as his queen, along with Rowan, Gavriel, and Fenris, found themselves trapped on the reef. Meanwhile, Rolf and most of his men had reached the opposite side of the narrow bay entrance. But between them and safety was a warship, a sea dragon, and 3 adult sea wyverns. These wyverns were much larger than the hatchlings Lysandra had killed. Now, with the enraged adult wyverns, things had become much more dangerous. Edion felt a lump in his throat as he realized the wyverns had set a trap with the hatchlings as bait. As the wyverns approached rapidly, Lysandra, trapped in her sea dragon form, stood firm at the bay's mouth, not attempting to flee. Desperation filled the air as Edion watched helplessly as the situation unfolded. Dorian, from the other side of the bay, raised his hand glowing with power, signaling Lysandra to swim toward him. However, she didn't obey. Instead of heading toward the safety Dorian offered, Lysandra launched herself directly at the adult wyverns. In a desperate move, Lysandra flew toward the remaining warship, receiving a hail of arrows as she advanced. Upon reaching the ship, she smashed into the masts, breaking them with her powerful tail before plunging into the water, leaving behind a scene of destruction. One of the wyverns, in a frenzy over Lysandra's blood, leaped onto the ship, only to be impaled on the remains of the broken masts, its weight causing the ship to begin sinking. Meanwhile, Lysandra sped away, but two wyverns continued to pursue her, one of them diving into the depths while the other continued the chase. Dorian, seeing an opportunity, extended his hands and conjured ice in the water, trapping the wyvern in a deadly snare. With a battle cry, Dorian launched a massive rock from a catapult, shattering the frozen wyvern into 1,000 pieces. But one last wyvern remained, and Lysandra was exhausted, bleeding everywhere. The last wyvern stalked Lysandra, staying out of Dorian's ice range. Lysandra, aware of the threat, tried to dodge the wyvern's attacks while moving among the floating debris in the bay. Edion, seeing the wyvern dangerously close to Lysandra, readied his spear in the tower, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When the wyvern finally lunged for the attack, Lysandra leaped out of the water, narrowly avoiding the beast's jaws. Edion hurled his spear, piercing the wyvern at its most vulnerable point, right in the throat. The creature let out a final roar of pain before collapsing, its body shattered by the spear's impact. A cheer erupted in the bay as the danger passed. Edion, wasting no time, ran to the beach where Lysandra had fallen, bleeding and exhausted. He found her sprawled on the sand, her sea dragon form still present, and her green eyes filled with pain. Edion, worried but resolute, knelt beside her, trying to keep her conscious. Lysandra, weakened and on the brink of unconsciousness, struggled to stay awake. Edion spoke to her calmly, promising her that he would marry her someday, a promise that seemed to spark a glimmer of humor in the exhausted beast. As the others arrived on the beach, Edion stayed by her side, holding her until finally, with the help of Rowan and Aelin's magic, Lysandra's wounds began to heal slowly. As night fell, Lysandra, finally exhausted, returned to her human form. Edion lifted her in his arms, covering her with his cloak, and carried her back to the village while the lion, Gavriel, watched silently from a distance, wondering if he would ever be recognized in the stories that would be told about that day. Chapter 38. After securing the port, the meeting with Rolf was swift but tense. Aelin knew that if she didn't leave the city soon, she might lose control again. Deanna's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her of the warning that every key has a lock, and calling her by the title that filled her with both fear and awe, the Promised Queen. Aelin ran towards a deserted beach, desperately seeking something to calm the chaos in her mind. Rowan followed her, his steps as silent as death. They had just left the meeting with Rolf, where the pirate lord, bloodied and drenched, had demanded answers. The confrontation with Rolf had been harsh. Aelin, exhausted and full of rage, had barely managed to keep her composure as she explained that when Mala blessed someone, sometimes the power was too great to control. But Rolf wasn't satisfied with that explanation, calling what had happened an imprudent act that nearly destroyed his city. Rowan intervened, defending Aelin and explaining that magic is a living thing and maintaining control in such circumstances is a monumental challenge. However, Rolf, unmoved, recounted how he had obtained the map on his hand, a story that revealed a painful price, the loss of his mother and sister. Rolf's confession resonated with Aelin, but she didn't respond, fleeing the inn with a fury growing inside her. Deanna's words continued hammering in her mind. On the beach, as the sun set, Rowan caught up with her and, with genuine concern, asked if she had used the word key voluntarily. Aelin, her voice hoarse, confessed that she didn't know what had happened, that one moment they were together, and the next, she had lost control. The horror of what had nearly happened overwhelmed her, and when she asked Rowan how he had been able to stand between her and the city, he replied that if she had destroyed the city, it would have destroyed her too, and any chance of an alliance. The trembling in her body intensified as she fought to hold back tears. Aelin admitted that she had believed she had reached the limit of her power, But what she had found was just the beginning. Flames enveloped her fingers as she spoke, revealing the magnitude of the power now residing within her. Rowan, approaching carefully, tried to calm her, suggesting that they would find the lock they needed to prevent the gods from continuing to interfere in their lives. But Aelin, filled with despair, wondered how she could deal with Erawan, Maeve, and now the gods themselves. Rowan, however, urged her to see the incident as a warning, a reminder of what could happen if they didn't take precautions. The conversation turned more intimate when Aelin, amid the heat of her flames, asked Rowan how he could remain so calm in the face of everything. He, with a half-smile, responded that his love for her was so deep that it didn't matter the magnitude of the power she possessed. Rowan loved her, no matter the circumstances, and together they would learn to manage that power. Touched by his words, Aelin allowed Rowan to draw her closer, and amidst laughter and caresses, they surrendered to the moment. As the waves surrounded them, Rowan loved her with a passion and tenderness Aelin had never known. In the midst of the heat of her flames and the cold of Rowan's magic, their bodies met in a dance as ancient as time. The words of love they whispered to each other were more precious than any jewel, and in that moment, Aelin knew she had found someone who loved her completely, with all her strengths and weaknesses. In Rowan's arms, Aelin finally allowed herself to be vulnerable, letting his love envelop her. Rowan, with almost reverent gentleness, made love to Aelin, each movement and touch a reminder of what they meant to each other. As the sea surrounded them, their magics intertwined, creating a light show that shone in the darkness of the night. In the end, when they remained silent, embraced under the stars, Aelin knew that no matter how difficult the trials they faced, together they could overcome anything. Rowan looked at her, his face full of love and devotion, and Aelin knew that, come what may, they would always be there for each other. Chapter 39. Rowan wasn't sure how to feel. He had taken Aelin 3 times on the beach, twice on the sand and once in the warm waters. Yet his blood was still electrified, and his desire for her remained intact. They had swum to the shallow part to wash off the sand, but Aelin wrapped her legs around him and kissed him in a way that made him lose his mind again. They both needed that contact, that connection, and even though they had already sated their desire, Rowan still wanted her. After the first time, Rowan felt overwhelmed, as if the union with Aelin had both broken and rebuilt him simultaneously. He had never known anyone like her. Everything he gave, she returned with equal intensity. During the second time, when she bit him, her magic exploded with such force that he thought his body might shatter. When they finished, Aelin headed toward Skulls Bay, wearing only her fire, but Rowan gave her his shirt and belt to cover herself a little. He knew the mark of what they had done on the beach was unmistakable to anyone with a keen sense of smell. They had marked a definitive decision about who would be in Aelin's royal bed, and Rowan would strive to be worthy of that honor, despite feeling that he had little to offer her besides his magic and his heart. However, Rowan also knew that Aelin, despite the magnitude of what they had done, had kept him on the beach to avoid facing the others. When they reached the In Rosa del Oceano, Aelin noticed the light was on in Edian's room and knew her friends wouldn't give up easily. She quickly climbed the stairs and opened the door without knocking. In the room, Dorian and Edian sat with their arms crossed. Edian's face paled as he perceived what had happened between Aelin and Rowan. Lysandra, sitting on the bed, was the first to speak, asking if Aelin had enjoyed herself, while Edian and Dorian remained silent. Rowan struggled to contain the instinctive rage he felt toward the other males in the room, remembering they were friends, but Aelin, seeing Lysandra almost recovered, relaxed a little. Aelin dropped the amulet on the table and revealed that she had known it was the 3rd word key since Wenlin. She then took the eye of Elena from her bag and, looking at Dorian, told him it was time for him to meet his ancestor. Dorian listened attentively as Aelin recounted the story of the word key and how she had tricked Lorcan to obtain it. She explained that if they could find the lock in the stone marshes, they could use it to seal the word keys and prevent Erewhon from using them to unleash the Valg hordes on Erilea. When Aelin finished, the room fell silent. Lysandra and Edion showed concern, while Aelin used her own blood to draw word marks on the floor. The marks began to glow under the moonlight, and a human figure emerged from them, Elena. The dead queen seemed barely able to maintain her form, and Aelin wasted no time demanding answers. Elena, struggling to hold herself together, explained that Diana, the goddess who had taken control of Aelin, did not follow the same rules as mortals. She then revealed that in the stone marshes of Alwi was the lock they needed, though the city where it was hidden had been almost entirely swallowed by water. Elena also revealed that Mala Firebringer was her mother and that Aelin carried her blood. The revelation left everyone in shock, but Aelin remained calm and decided that the next day they would depart for the stone marshes to find the lock. The next morning, they set sail on the fastest ship Rolf could provide. As they sailed towards the archipelago, Aelin remained at the prow, watching the horizon with a serious expression. 3 days later, almost out of the archipelago, Dorian felt a disturbance in the air. A wyvern was flying towards them, with a rider on its back. The rider, Manon Blackbeak, was unconscious and covered in blood. As the wyvern approached the ship, Manon collapsed and fell into the water, leaving everyone on the ship in silence. Second part, Heart of Fire, Chapter 40. Smoke covered the morning sky, darkening the horizon as Aelin and her group continued their journey east, moving farther and farther from Terrasen. The wind carried the scent of burnt fields, but Aelin knew that wasn't their destination. They were heading toward the coast, but soon they would have to turn north. However, the uncertainty about her future overwhelmed her. During the journey, they had passed through only one village, where the enthusiasm for the traveling shows seemed to have faded. Aelin, in her role as a fortune teller, had barely managed to attract a few customers, mostly young people interested in learning about their potential loves. Although the makeup concealed her true age, Aelin couldn't help but feel frustrated when one of the customers left without paying, drawn away by Lorcan's performance. Lorcan, shirtless and with his body oiled, commanded everyone's attention, especially the young women of the village. His sculpted muscles and skill with swords mesmerized the crowd. Although Lorcan showed no interest in his performance, his mere presence was enough to keep everyone fascinated. Aelin watched the scene from the entrance of her tent, feeling a mixture of irritation and an attraction she didn't want to acknowledge. She knew Lorcan was aware of the looks he received, but she didn't expect him to notice her. When Molly, the leader of the group, commented on Aelid's luck in having someone like Lorcan, Aelin felt confused. She wasn't sure if Lorcan really saw her that way or if it was all part of the facade they had created. Lorcan, after his performance, headed to Aelid's tent, wiping the sweat with a piece of cloth. Aelin confronted him about his success in the show, but Lorcan, with his usual coldness, downplayed the situation. However, the tension between them was palpable, especially when they started talking about their fake relationship. Aelin, still unsure of her place in the world and her worth compared to those around her, tried to understand her own feelings. When Lorcan asked if she had ever been with anyone, Aelin confessed that she had never felt desire for anyone, man or woman. The conversation, uncomfortable and vulnerable, was abruptly interrupted by screams. Lorcan, always alert, ran out of the tent, instructing Aelin to hide. The screams came from an attack, and soon it was discovered that for Ilkin, creatures from Morith had descended on the camp, causing panic and death. Lorcan, prepared to face them, found himself face to face with the beasts, who quickly revealed their objective. They were looking for Aelin, the young woman who had escaped her uncle and killed several of their brothers. The Ilken offered a reward for Aelin, promising that if she were handed over, they would leave without causing further harm. Lorcan, despite the shock of discovering Aelid's true identity, remained calm and denied knowing anyone by that name. However, he knew the situation was critical and the creatures wouldn't leave without getting what they wanted. The Ilken, hungry and frustrated by the lack of cooperation, made it clear they wouldn't leave without satisfying their appetite, which meant the camp and all its inhabitants were in danger. Lorcan, aware that the only option to protect Aelin and the rest of the group was to fight the creatures, prepared for the battle that was about to erupt. Chapter 41. Aelin, with her heart racing, hid in a compartment under the floor of one of the wagons, praying not to be discovered while chaos erupted in the camp. She felt the air grow increasingly suffocating, and her legs began to go numb from the uncomfortable position, but the fear of being found kept her silent. Outside, Lorcan had thrown himself into the battle, and she had fled upon seeing the terrifying Ilken descend upon the place. The sounds of combat filled the air, but they gradually faded, leaving Aelin with the horrible uncertainty of whether Lorcan and the others had survived. Time passed slowly, and Aelin, feeling more cornered than ever, knew she couldn't stay hidden. Holding her breath, she tried to leave the compartment, but her tunic got caught, forcing her to struggle to free herself. Just then, a deep voice startled her. Lorcan was there, covered in black blood, looking at her with eyes full of reproach. Lorcan scolded her for her recklessness and lack of honesty. The warrior's penetrating gaze scrutinized each of Aelid's movements, who finally freed herself from her torn tunic. They exchanged intense looks, filled with distrust. Aelin, aware of the gravity of her situation, defended her silence and accused Lorcan of having stalked her without revealing his true intentions. Her words were cold but sincere, showing that she was not the defenseless girl he had imagined. Lorcan, impressed by Aelid's frankness and determination, began to reconsider his perception of her. She revealed the terrible truth about her past, how she had been imprisoned and tortured by her own uncle and how she had dreamed of escaping every day. She had nothing to offer but her will to survive and her loyalty to Aelin Galathynius, whom she wished to find and serve. Lorcan, in turn, confessed some of his own secrets, making it clear that he was a dangerous and powerful being, with no friends or family, and at the service of a queen who might be looking to kill him. Despite the truths shared, both knew there were still secrets the other hadn't revealed. Aelin, with stoic dignity despite her pain, stood up and limped into the night without looking back. Lorcan watched her, torn between the decision to protect her or take advantage of her. As he watched her disappear into the darkness, he wondered what he was really doing and what it all meant. Chapter 42. Manon Blackbeak awoke enveloped in dense darkness, with pain coursing through her body as a reminder of the recent battle. Death surrounded her, but she rejected it with every fiber of her being. As she struggled to open her eyes, she found herself in a small ship's cabin, the smell of salt and creaking wood confirming her location. The dim light of a lantern flickered on the walls, and then she saw her, sitting near the door. Aelin Galathynius, her gaze sharp and voice laced with irony, informed Manon that once again, she owed her life. Manon tried to move, but the pain in her abdomen stopped her cold. White bandages covered her wounds, and thick chains bound her to the walls, preventing any escape attempt. Aelin, unperturbed, warned her that she was now a prisoner, and any attempt to escape or betray them would be punished with death. The Queen of Terrasen, though she retained her ferocity, seemed to have changed, becoming colder and more calculating since their last encounter. Without another word, Aelin left, leaving Manon to her own thoughts and pain. The cabin, with its cramped space and the faint light coming through a small porthole, seemed like a nightmare to the proud witch. Aelin crossed her mind for a moment, but the reality of her situation hit her hard. She was trapped, without her clan, without her grandmother, and without the 13. The pain in her belly was not just physical, it was also the emotional burden of having lost everything that once defined her. The memory of her dead sister and the red cloak hanging in the room were symbols of the betrayal and guilt that tormented her. Manon, exhausted, surrendered to sleep that claimed her for 3 days. While she slept, Aelin and her group kept a close watch on her, healing her wounds with magic and studying her cautiously. Dorian Haviliard, who had been by her side in the Battle of Rifthold, had been the one to pull her from the water when she fell from her mount, Abraxos. Despite his conflicting feelings toward the witch, Dorian cared for her, though he also knew they couldn't fully trust her. When Manon finally awoke, Dorian was there, vigilant. Despite the initial hostility between them, they shared a tense exchange. Manon, weakened but not defeated, revealed little about what had happened, though sadness and despair gnawed at her from within. The witch knew she had lost her title, her clan, and possibly the 13. Her grandmother had stripped her of everything, and now she found herself on a ship with those who could be her enemies. Dorian, aware of the fragility Manon tried to hide, offered her food and a promise to search for the 13. Manon, in turn, only asked that Aelin be told that Aelin Galathynius was alive and looking for her. With that small hope, Manon surrendered once again to sleep, letting the darkness claim her as she dreamed of an uncertain future, surrounded by memories and visions of a bloody past that tormented her endlessly. Chapter 43. 3 days later, Lorcan was still questioning what he was doing. They had left the town on the plains behind, but the horror of that night still weighed on the carnival caravan as they moved forward. The others didn't know how they had survived the Ilkin, creatures almost impossible to kill. Nick and Ombriel, though keeping their distance, never stopped watching Lorcan and Aelin cautiously, trying to figure out who or what Lorcan really was. Aelin also remained distant. They hadn't had the chance to pitch their tents due to the rush to flee, but that night, already within the walls of a small town, they would have to share a room in a cheap inn. While exploring the town, Aelin, with a mix of cunning and determination, informed Molly that she was going to walk by the river. Lorcan, hungry but concerned, decided to follow her. The town was built on both sides of a small, forgotten river with an air of decay. As the electrical storm approached, Lorcan warned Aelin that it was going to rain, but she ignored him, focused on the well-dressed men heading to a tavern. Determined to gather information, Aelin entered the tavern, followed by Lorcan, and began her search for news. As she observed the crowd, Aelin showed a surprising skill in assessing people and selecting her target. They sat near a group of merchants and captains, and soon, Aelin interrupted their conversation to ask about Rifthold. The merchants shared rumors about the fall of Dorian Haviliard and how the city was under the control of witches serving Parrington. Rumors about Aelin also emerged, indicating that she was on the move, possibly heading to Aelwy or Wenlin. Aelin listened attentively, processing the information as the storm raged outside. After leaving the tavern, she visited 2 more, repeating the same pattern. Finally, upon exiting the last tavern, Aelin expressed her concern about how to find Aelin. Lorcan, recognizing Aelid's cunning, suggested that Aelin might be in Banjali, and together they began planning their next move. Suddenly, Lorcan's magic detected the presence of guards approaching, sent by Nick and Ombriel to betray them. Without hesitation, Lorcan took Aelin and led her to a barge at the dock, ensuring their escape. However, in the process, Lorcan killed the barge's owner, an act that horrified Aelin and provoked an intense argument between them. Despite the tension, they decided to continue together, with Lorcan revealing his plans to find Aelin to settle scores. As they sailed down the river, Lorcan couldn't stop thinking about his hatred toward Aelin and how he planned to take revenge. The fury and desire for vengeance consumed him, and he was determined to make the Queen of Terrasen pay for her betrayal. Chapter 44. Aelin awoke surrounded by fire, a sea of flames that choked her and melted her being. She felt the fire climbing up her body to her throat, forcing her to scream silently. Desperate, she struggled to find a way out, but there was no bottom or surface to cling to. The fire consumed everything. It was then that she heard her name, Aelin, resonating like a call she had waited for all her life. She clung to that sound, and little by little, she found the strength to control the fire that engulfed her. Finally, Aelin rose from the bed, with flames still dancing in her eyes and mouth. Beside her, Rowan, with hands wrapped in ice, held her firmly, asking her to breathe and control her fear. Only then did Aelin manage to calm down, feeling the flames fade as Rowan, his face filled with concern, tried to calm himself as well. Rowan, terrified by the possibility of losing her, apologized, explaining that he had lost control out of fear that something worse had taken over her. Aelin interrupted him, assuring him that he didn't need to apologize for being who he was. She didn't want him to change, didn't want him to apologize for being different. She needed someone strong by her side, someone who didn't apologize for who they were. The conversation turned more intimate, and Aelin, recognizing the intensity of their relationship, reminded him that together they could face any challenge. As their words softened, they surrendered to passion, reinforcing their bond with the promise that they would always find each other, no matter what happened. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the ship, Manon Blackbeak awoke suddenly, alerted by a predatory instinct. The room was dim, lit only by the moonlight coming through the porthole. Despite her injuries and the chains that bound her, her mind was no longer clouded by confusion. She was preparing to escape, to reunite with her coven and find a light. Dorian entered the room, with a flame wrapping around his fingers and a spark of amusement in his eyes. The conversation between them became tense and filled with innuendos. Manon, fierce and wild, felt challenged by Dorian's arrogance, who refused to yield to her charms. They exchanged sharp words, with Manon provoking and Dorian maintaining firm control, leaving a palpable tension in the air. Dorian, playing with Manon's desire, approached just enough to make her want more, but then retreated, leaving her alone and furious. For the first time in her life, Manon was rejected, and that feeling filled her with rage and a strange fascination. Chapter 45. The morning began with Edion bringing breakfast to Manon, who was lucid but clearly irritated. As he did so, he tried to ignore the lingering scent of female excitement that still filled the cabin, mixed with Dorian's aroma. Later, while watching the sunset from the ship's helm, Edion reflected on the situation. He knew Dorian had the right to move on with his life, especially after what had happened with Sorsha, but the idea of him being attracted to a witch like Manon unsettled him. When Lysandra joined him, wet from patrolling the waters, they discussed the possible reasons that might lead Dorian to be drawn to someone so dangerous. Lysandra suggested that perhaps Dorian, having suffered so much, was attracted to the opposite of what he had known before, seeking something dangerous as a form of distraction. Edion wasn't convinced, but he decided not to interfere, though his concern for Alide, who was alone and vulnerable, remained on his mind. The conversation shifted to other topics, including the relationship between Edion and his father, Gavriel. Lysandra suggested that he talk to him, but Edion had no interest in doing so, still resentful of his absence in his life. Meanwhile, on deck, Aelin and Rowan continued their training, their bodies gleaming with sweat in the golden light of the sunset. Dorian, half asleep, watched from the nearby steps, prompting a sarcastic comment from Aelin about his interest in Manon. The conversation quickly turned tense, with Dorian defending his desire to free the witch, while Aelin remained wary. Although Aelin eventually relented, imposing strict conditions for her release, the tension between them was palpable. Edion watched as Dorian, despite his defiant attitude, respected Aelin's decisions, aware of the fragile relationship between them. When they finally headed to Manon's cabin to release her, Aelin was still upset about Dorian's attraction to the witch. Her thoughts drifted to Rowan and the intimate moments they had shared, prompting a silent and playful exchange between them. However, upon reaching the cabin, the tension rose again when Manon, seeing Fenris, immediately recognized that he was not who he claimed to be. Before anyone could react, Fenris attacked. Chapter 46. Aelin reacted instinctively as Fenris, with a fierce growl, lunged at Manon. Rowan acted immediately, using his power to strike Fenris and hurl him against the cabin wall. Before Fenris could recover, Aelin had raised a wall of fire between them, protecting everyone from the attack. The cabin, small and crowded, quickly filled with tension. Dorian, with a layer of ice covering his fingers, positioned himself next to Manon, still chained to the bed. Aelin, without taking her eyes off Fenris, asked Manon what all this meant, but before getting an answer, she noticed a disturbing change in Fenris. His skin began to glow and then melt, revealing the true form of a pale, deformed creature, Erewhon's hound. Manon, now free of her chains thanks to Edion, explained that the creature was one of Erewhon's servants. The hound, in its grotesque form, smiled with rotting, twisted teeth and taunted Manon, suggesting that it had come to find her. The creature tried to escape but was stopped by Fenris' arrows, who had arrived at the cabin just in time. However, before they could kill it, the hound threw a piece of black leather on the floor, claiming it was a gift from Erewhon and that Asterin, Manon's second, had been killed. Manon, filled with rage, lunged at the creature while Dorian, using his magic, broke the hound's bones, leaving the creature defenseless. Despite the creature's efforts to provoke Manon with Asterin's last words, it was Dorian who finally snapped the hound's neck with his powers, ending the confrontation. Manon, furious for not having killed it herself, let out a growl of frustration. Meanwhile, on the ship's deck, chaos erupted as Ilkin, winged and deformed creatures, attacked. Abraxos and Lysandra, in her wyvern form, fought in the air against these creatures, while Aelin and the others battled on deck. Edion, facing two Ilkin, barely managed to stay on his feet as the creatures surrounded him. Aelin, with Fenris' help, managed to kill some of the Ilkin, but the venom from their claws had severely wounded Fenris. As the battle intensified, one of the Ilkin paused to speak, mocking Aelin and revealing that Erewhon knew she carried the word key, leaving Aelin with a sense of terror in her stomach. Chapter 47. Rowan returned to the ship with superhuman speed, driven by his magic that made him almost fly. Upon arrival, he checked that the other two ships hadn't been attacked, and without wasting time, he ordered them to drop anchor and wait until it was all over. With his heart pounding, Rowan landed on the deck of his own ship, only to find Aelin kneeling, her hands covered in blood, trying to heal Fenris, who lay gravely wounded. A final Ilkin landed in front of them, laughing at Rowan and issuing a warning before attempting to escape. Without a second thought, Rowan grabbed Fenris' bow and quiver, shooting an arrow that pierced the creature's head mid-flight, sending it crashing into the sea. As his companions exchanged bets on Rowan's accuracy, Aelin, despite her attempt to lighten the mood with jokes, couldn't hide the shadow of concern that darkened her face. Erewhon knew where they were and what they had. They needed to move quickly. Edion, though injured and exhausted, didn't allow himself to rest. He joined the fight, saved at a crucial moment by Gavriel, who tore through the Ilken with a ferocity that left Edion surprised. Though Gavriel was also wounded, he didn't stop and continued helping the others. Edion, relieved to see Aelin alive but worried about the gravity of the situation, approached to help her as she struggled to heal Fenris. The conversation between them revealed more about Fenris' pain and history, the cruelty of Maeve, and the weight of the blood oath. As the tension eased, Aelin, exhausted to the limit, could barely stay on her feet. Rowan held her in his arms, carrying her to their cabin to rest, while Edion, affected by everything he had witnessed, remained on watch on deck. The night advanced, and in the silence, Lysandra, in her snow leopard form, approached Edion, resting her head on his thigh. Together, in silence, they watched the stars over the waves, sharing a moment of peace amidst the storm looming ahead. Chapter 48. They worked tirelessly through the night, barely dropping anchor long enough for the crew to repair the hole in Manon's cabin. Dorian joined in the task of tending to the wounded, using the little healing magic Rowan had taught him, though he left the creature's venom to the more experienced. By dawn, everyone showed signs of exhaustion, but Fenris was already moving, albeit limping, and Edion managed to get Aelin to tend to his knee just enough to keep going. The scene on deck was grim, with the Ilken's blood covering the floor and the creatures' bodies being thrown into the sea. As he surveyed the scene, Dorian noticed Manon, who hadn't left Abraxo's side, tending to his wounds. When Aelin tried to approach to help, Manon reacted with a threatening growl, prompting a confrontation between them that only ended when Lysandra, in her leopard form, stepped between them. Dorian, feeling tense and aware of Manon's gaze, crossed the deck to talk to her. The conversation began with a question about her freedom, and soon they ventured into more personal territory. Manon, with her usual bluntness, warned Dorian not to confuse her with a human woman, that she was a hunter and a man-killer. Despite the harshness of her words, there was a palpable connection between them, a tension both seemed to acknowledge. As the conversation unfolded, Aelin joined them, abruptly interrupting to question Manon about what she had mentioned regarding the Moreth Mountains. The witch explained that she didn't know much about the Ilken, only that they were creatures that hid in the shadows and that her shadows had barely glimpsed them. The discussion grew more intense when Manon revealed the truth about her lineage. Her grandmother had stripped her of her title and revealed that she was the last Crochan queen, a direct descendant of Rhiannon Crochan. This revelation shocked everyone, especially Aelin, who, after a tense exchange, managed to calm down and acknowledge the importance of Manon's revelation. The conversation took a darker turn when Fenris mentioned that he didn't understand why Erewhon had allowed them to grow and become more powerful instead of destroying them from the start. The mention of Maeve and her relationship with Erewhon provoked a reaction in Aelin, who remembered enigmatic words from an ancient seer, Baba Yellowlegs, leading her to reflect silently as she withdrew to her cabin. Rowan, worried about Aelin, followed her to their cabin, where he found her vomiting. Though he tried to calm her and offer help, she locked herself in the bathroom, leaving Rowan with growing fear for her well-being. Confused and anxious, Rowan went to find Lysandra, leaving Aelin with her thoughts. As Rowan flew high above the ship to clear his mind, he spotted the coast of Islewy and made a terrible discovery. The villages were burning, plunging the region into chaos and horror. The flames consumed the land, and the reality of war became more evident than ever. Chapter 49. Elide maintained an icy silence with Lorcan for 3 full days, refusing to speak to him after what had happened. However, when her need became dire, the silence broke abruptly. Her body had responded to a month of regular meals, and that morning, she was startled by the onset of her menstrual cycle, stronger than she was accustomed to. She woke up in the middle of a mess, and searching through the small cabin of the barge, she found nothing useful for her situation. In desperation, she began tearing up an embroidered tablecloth to make some pads, and when she finally emerged, she found Lorcan at the helm. In a neutral tone, she asked him to stop at the next village to get supplies. Though she avoided looking at him, he responded that they would stop by nightfall. As Aelin limped back to the cabin, Lorcan watched her, noting how her body seemed to have stabilized thanks to the security he provided, though he chalked it up solely to her survival instincts. Their conversation, though tense, ended with cold formality, each lost in their own thoughts. They reached the village at nightfall. Lorcan allowed Aelin to disembark to find what she needed while he took care of getting provisions. He observed how she negotiated with the innkeeper, using a nasal accent and a red kerchief that hid her dark hair. Lorcan took the opportunity to intimidate the merchants and secure a good amount of provisions at a low cost, all while keeping his mind occupied with his own plans for Aelin. However, a sense of unease began to grow within him when a merchant handed him pears for the beautiful lady, despite never having seen her. Lorcan, with his magic on alert, hurried back to the barge. The mist spreading through the town heightened his anxiety, and when Aelin didn't return on time, his concern turned into panic. Meanwhile, Aelin was in the inn, forced to try on clothes the innkeeper had given her. The men watched her too closely as she walked down the dark hallway. She entered a cold, dark room, and before she could realize it, the door closed behind her. Fear gripped her when, in trying to open the door, she bumped into something that smelled of rotten flesh and old blood. The dim light of a candle revealed Vernon, her uncle, sitting on the other side of the room, smiling with an expression that froze Aelid's blood. Clawed hands grabbed her firmly, tearing her clothes, while Vernon, with terrifying calm, commented on the adventure his niece had had, savoring the power he held over her. Chapter 50. Aelin was trapped in a corner, with the ilken stench churning her stomach. The sight of her uncle Vernon, grinning cruelly at her, only made the situation worse. When he approached, calmly adjusting his green tunic, Aelin knew she had to buy time. She tried to lie, claiming Lorcan was her husband, hoping that would dissuade her uncle. But Vernon, in a mocking tone, dismissed her attempt and ordered the Ilken to prepare for departure. Fear seized Aelin as the Ilken grabbed her, dragging her toward a small iron box in the backyard. The box was barely larger than a coffin, and it was clear her fate was sealed. She would be taken back to Morith in that box, where Erawan would do as he pleased with her. Desperate, Aelin knew she had to act before she was locked inside. In a last-ditch effort to escape, Aelin lunged at her uncle and snatched the knife he wore at his hip. But instead of attacking him, she turned the blade on herself, determined to end her life before being captured. Just as the dagger grazed her side, Lorcan, hidden in the mist, hurled an axe that deflected the blade, preventing Aelin from injuring herself. Chaos erupted. From his vantage point on the roof, Lorcan began hurling knives and axes at the Ilken, taking them down one by one. Amid the confusion, Aelin, instead of fleeing, picked up Lorcan's axe and, with fierce determination, beheaded one of the Ilken. The last Ilken, realizing the battle was lost, grabbed Vernon and flew off, leaving Aelin and Lorcan in the corpse-littered courtyard. Aelin, her face streaked with blood and tears, showed no mercy. She approached the last wounded Ilken, which was trying to crawl away, and dealt a killing blow with the axe, sending a clear message to Erawan. She would not be taken easily. Lorcan approached her, noticing her exhaustion. Without a word, he took the axe from her hands and, with unexpected gentleness, carried her back to the barge. Despite the danger she had just faced, Aelin was emotionally shattered. As he laid her down on the apple crates, she confessed that she had believed Vernon's lie, that Lorcan had abandoned her. Lorcan firmly assured her that he would always find her, no matter the circumstances. As the boat drifted down the river, shrouded in mist, Lorcan tended to her wounds, straightening her nose and bandaging her wrist. During this time, he explained to Aelin what he knew about the word keys, revealing the importance of the stone Kaltain had given her. Despite everything, Aelin was determined to fulfill her mission of delivering the key to Aelin. Before retiring to rest, Aelin, moved by Lorcan's determination to protect her, gave him a soft kiss on the cheek, promising that she would always find him too. When she woke, she found strips of linen prepared for her cycle, made from Lorcan's shirt, a small token of his devotion to her. Chapter 51. The coast of Alwi was ablaze. For 3 days, Aelin and Rowan sailed from one village to another, witnessing the devastation caused by the fires. Some places were still engulfed in flames, others reduced to ashes, and in each one, Aelin extended her power from the ship, desperately trying to extinguish the fires. Rowan, in his hawk form, flew to the coast, but Aelin's exhaustion was evident. Her lips were cracked, and no matter how much water she drank, she couldn't quench the searing thirst consuming her. Rowan, after 3 trips to the shore, returned with the same answer from the survivors. At night, an impenetrable darkness fell upon them, followed by incendiary arrows that turned their homes into bonfires. There were no signs of Erewhon's army or Maeve, just the trail of destruction. Some villagers, in their desperation, began whispering that Aelin herself was behind the fires, burning Alwi in revenge for not helping Terrasen 10 years ago. Rowan urged her to ignore these rumors, but each word pierced her like a thorn. On the 3rd day, Aelin, exhausted and parched, looked out at the coast as the sun set. The crew worked frantically as they dropped anchor, and when Aelin gazed toward the land, she saw the stone marshes, a vast expanse of gray, stagnant water dotted with the ruins of a city drowned in oblivion. It was there, in that desolate landscape, that they hoped to find what they were searching for. Manon, meanwhile, wrestled with her own dilemma. She knew she would have to join the expedition inland, and the thought of leaving Abraxos behind pained her deeply. Her loyal wyvern couldn't accompany them into the marshes without being detected, and she had no choice but to order him to hide. Stroking his scarred snout, Manon gave him the instructions and, with a heavy heart, watched him fly off until he disappeared on the horizon. The pain of the separation was unbearable, and in that moment, Manon felt a deep hatred for Aelin and her court, for forcing her to part from her companion. With Abraxos gone, Manon prepared for the journey inland. As the crew packed weapons and organized themselves, she withdrew to the shadows of the mast, struggling to maintain her composure. Her thoughts turned to Asterin and the 13, clinging to the hope that they weren't dead. The last vestige of her identity as wing leader was fading, along with her red cloak, the cloak of Rhiannon, which she cut and tied to the end of her braid in a gesture of farewell. Then, she threw the cloak into the sea, watching as it drifted away, looking like a pool of blood floating on the waves. When Manon joined Aelin and Dorian on the boat, she knew they had witnessed her gesture. Perhaps they didn't understand its full meaning, but they recognized its significance. As they rowed toward the shore, Aelin, her gaze lost on the horizon, whispered that one never stops seeing the faces of those they've lost. Manon understood that the Queen wasn't just speaking of the 13, and in that moment, they shared a silent connection, each remembering the blood shed on their own paths. Chapter 52. Lorcan and Aelin navigated the waterways of Alwi, guided by an invisible force that Lorcan attributed to Hellas, the god of death. Although they initially planned to head to Lariba or Banjali, they were steered south and then west, into desolate territories with no cities, only vast grasslands and marshes. Aelin, trusting Lorcan's intuition, did not question his decision. They abandoned their barge at dawn, carrying provisions in their packs, and ventured into the plains. After hours of walking, they reached the top of a hill where they spotted the stone marshes, a vast expanse of silver, stagnant water dotted with islands covered in vegetation and ancient ruins. The place exuded an eerie feeling, as if the souls of its former inhabitants were still present and trapped beneath the waters. Aelin expressed her discomfort, feeling that the place was unfit for the living. Despite her warnings, Lorcan, driven by the persistent presence of Hellas, decided to venture into the marshes. For 2 days, they explored the ruins and islands, facing multiple dangers. Unknown aquatic creatures that watched them with golden eyes and vertical pupils, hanging snakes, and swarms of insects that relentlessly attacked them. Each step was taken with caution, avoiding drawing the attention of the beasts that lurked in the waters. On the 4th night, exhausted and on edge, they found refuge in an ancient hall in ruins with an intact mezzanine. As they rested, they heard roars in the distance, a sign that large creatures were prowling nearby. Aelin, anxious, asked Lorcan to tell her about Maeve, the queen he served. Lorcan confessed that he had been in love with her from the moment he first saw her, although his love was unrequited and he was bound to her by a blood oath. The conversation became more intimate, and Aelin questioned whether what he felt for Maeve could be considered love. Lorcan admitted that he didn't know happiness, but he acknowledged that he enjoyed Aelid's company. In an act of bravery and vulnerability, Aelin offered him a place in Peranth, assuring him that he would always have a refuge there if he wanted it. This sincere gesture culminated in a soft, tender kiss. The contact intensified, and they allowed themselves to be carried away by their emotions, exploring their physical and emotional closeness. However, in the midst of their intimacy, Lorcan tensed abruptly, detecting an ominous presence on the horizon. Looking to the northeast, they saw a deep darkness beginning to engulf the stars, rapidly expanding. Lorcan identified the threat, an army of Ilken, winged creatures in the service of Erewhon. Aware of the imminent danger, they knew there was no time to waste. Though Aelin knew the Ilken weren't coming for her, the terror of their approach was palpable. Chapter 53. After 2 days traversing the stone marshes, Aelin was on the brink of despair. The constant humidity kept her drenched, and the insects tormented her relentlessly. To protect herself, she had erected an invisible flame shield that incinerated the tiny demons on contact, though the bites she had received on the first day still tormented her. Her healing abilities, weakened after the hound's attack, forced Rowan and Gavriel to take on the task of tending to the group's wounds and discomforts, struggling to keep morale up in the hostile environment. Manon, in contrast, seemed at ease in the dark and decaying landscape, her behavior reminiscent of the creatures that dominated these lands. Wild, relentless, and always alert. Aelin tried not to think about the swamp beasts as they continued toward the heart of the marshes, where the loch of Mala awaited them. Rowan, in his hawk form, kept watch from the sky, while Lysandra, transformed into a slick, scaled creature, moved silently through the water, exploring every corner. Aelin, exhausted and frustrated, decided to use her magic to clear the path and dry her companion's clothes, a small gesture that helped her keep her power under control and silent, though the fatigue consumed her more and more. As they advanced, Fenris accompanied Aelin, helping her cross the treacherous pools. Aware of the dangers lurking beneath the surface, Aelin accepted his help, though it pained her to admit it. Lysandra, always ready to lighten the mood, transformed into a smaller replica of Fenris, eliciting laughter and jokes from the group, though the underlying tension was palpable. At nightfall, Rowan returned from his watch with news that they were close to their destination. Exhausted and anxious, the group decided to camp on an island sheltered by walls of rock and thorns. The relief was immediate, though the dinner, consisting of swamp creatures, left much to be desired. Aelin, sitting next to Edion, shared a light wine flask, trying to wash away the taste of the slimy meat they had to eat. The calm was interrupted when a swamp beast, huge with sharp tusks, suddenly emerged from the darkness, lunging at Manon. Dorian, with his magic, halted the creature midair, freezing it effortlessly. After a tense exchange with Dorian, Manon decided to release the beast, which was hurled across the marshes by the king's magic. The incident left Aelin and Rowan exchanging significant glances, aware that something more was at play. Manon, visibly affected, traced a symbol in the ground, the Eye of the Goddess, a sacred symbol to the Iron Teeth. She explained that the eye represented the three-faced goddess, a central figure in the witches' mythology, and revealed that Aelin's amulet, the Eye of Erilea, was somehow connected to her own story. The conversation shifted to the curse Rhiannon Crochan had placed on the Iron Teeth before her death, a curse that had condemned their lands to infertility and them to a life of nomads. Manon recounted how her lineage crossed with Rhiannon's and how, despite centuries of exile, the witches continued to seek a way to break the curse. Meanwhile, on the edge of the camp, Rowan was confronted by Gavriel and Fenris. Both advised him to consider taking Aelin away from there, aware that the forces guiding them were powerful and dangerous. Fenris, with seriousness, warned him that the connection between Aelin and Manon might be part of a larger plan, one that could end in a catastrophic confrontation between Aelin and Maeve. The conversation shifted to an even darker topic, the rise of Cairn, a sadist chosen by Maeve to replace Rowan. The news left Rowan cold, aware that Maeve was laying the groundwork for something far more sinister. Fenris, knowing what might come, asked Rowan to kill him if he ever received the order to attack Aelin. Rowan, with a heavy heart, accepted Fenris's request, recognizing the danger lurking in every shadow as the camp slept under the cold moonlight, preparing to face what awaited them in the heart of the stone marshes. Chapter 54. The last leg of the journey, the following morning, became a test of patience for Manon. They were so close to the lock that the queen, Aelin, was desperately seeking. The dawn woke them in stifling conditions. The humidity was like a heavy blanket that crushed their spirits. Aelin led in silence, followed closely by Rowan, with Edion and Lysandra at their sides. The shapeshifter had transformed into a swamp serpent, while Gavriel and Fenris, in their lion and wolf forms respectively, brought up the rear, always alert for any sign of danger. The pain and suffering of those who once lived in these lands permeated the air, and Manon, accustomed to danger, couldn't help but feel a chill at the latent darkness. Beside her, Dorian also seemed disturbed, his tense expression reflecting the same unease Manon felt. To distract herself, the witch threw a question at Dorian about the word keys, wondering if Aelin really knew how to use them to banish Erewhon and his Valg, and what would happen to those who carried Valg blood in their veins, like herself. Dorian, in a cold, distant tone, replied that he didn't know, but whoever held the keys in the end would have the power to decide. Manon noticed the icy rage emanating from him as he mentioned the woman he had loved and lost, a wound driving him to do whatever was necessary, regardless of the cost. His response left Manon speechless, and they continued in silence until they reached the heart of the swamp. By midday, they arrived at the place where the lock was located. The labyrinthine complex was surrounded by crumbling pillars, and it seemed that all life in the swamp fled from this point, as if the place was the epicenter of a latent darkness. Rowan, who had been keeping watch from the sky, returned to Aelin, who tried not to show the relief she felt at seeing him safe and sound. The group moved cautiously, circling the complex under Edian and Lysandra's orders, while Gavriel and Fenris advanced silently. Aware of the dangers that might be lurking, Aelin stayed close to Rowan. When they finally heard Lysandra's solitary roar, indicating that the path was clear, they moved toward the center of the complex. Manon, Aelin, and Rowan approached a stone chest covered in word marks. Aelin, trying to decipher the symbol's meaning, suggested throwing a rock to see what would happen. However, before they could act, a dark, pulsing wind swept through the air, a warning that Rowan immediately recognized. Lorcan was near, and with him, a legion of Ilken. Tension spiked as Rowan announced that an airborne legion of 500 Ilken was approaching. Aelin understood immediately that they were in a critical situation, and the possibility of survival seemed increasingly slim. Chapter 55. Lorcan's breath burned in his throat as he ran desperately through the swamp, with Alide by his side, struggling to keep up. Though Alide didn't complain, her face betrayed the terror she felt, glancing at the sky with her dark, wide eyes. Lorcan couldn't afford to stop, not while the Ilken were closing in, and certainly not if it meant losing the wordkey the bitch queen, Aelin, carried. If the Ilken reached her first, everything would be lost, including Alide. He pushed those thoughts from his mind, focusing on sending pulses of power to warn Whitethorn and the queen of the impending danger. Meanwhile, at the heart of the marshes, Aelin and her group watched as the horde of Ilken approached rapidly, like a dark cloud blotting out the sun. 8 against 500. There was no escape, no place to hide. Rowan took control, instructing the group to use the ruins to their advantage, dividing the Ilken and taking them down while they were still in the air. The situation was desperate, and Aelin knew the lock would be of no help. Lorcan was somewhere out there, but for now, that didn't matter. Only survival mattered. Rowan and Aelin briefly argued over using the word key, but Rowan flatly refused, willing to die before letting Aelin use it. Tensions rose between them as Edian blamed Aelin for provoking Erewhon, bringing them to this critical point. Furious, Aelin plunged into her power, aware that she would need every ember of her fire to face what was coming. Lysandra transformed into a swamp creature, ready to wreak havoc among the Ilken and the beasts inhabiting the area. Manon, meanwhile, positioned herself atop the ruins, prepared to fire her arrows. Aelin, Rowan, and Dorian readied themselves for the inevitable. Rowan reminded Aelin not to forget who she was or to whom she belonged, and with those words in her mind, Aelin ventured into the swamps, advancing toward the Ilken army that had already spotted her presence. With each step, Aelin delved deeper into her power, preparing to unleash a firestorm that would annihilate the Ilken. It was a risk, but there was no other option. It was now or never. The Ilken drew closer, and Aelin knew she had to act before it was too late. She closed her eyes and let herself fall into the abyss of her power, feeling the pressure building in her mind and body. Deep within her, she prepared to unleash all her fire, all her power, knowing this would be the ultimate test of her control and strength. As the Ilken approached, Aelin became the queen of flame and shadow, the heir of fire, the Fireheart. She prepared to face them with everything she had, determined to make them know that she, Aelin of the Wildfire, would not be defeated. Chapter 56. Lorcan advanced through the swamp with relentless determination, but he knew they were moving too slowly, even with the warning scent. Alide, gasping and stumbling, struggled to keep up. The ring of a thrill gleamed on her finger, which Lorcan had given her that morning, without giving details, only instructing her not to take it off, as it might be the only thing keeping her safe from the Ilken and Morath. Reaching a flooded plain, Lorcan noticed the Ilken had veered north, likely seeking a better attack angle. Across the plain, he spotted Rowan, the king of Adarlan, and the others, all ready for battle. But what truly caught his attention was Aelin, standing alone in the middle of the swamp, facing the approaching army. Allied, seeing the Queen of Terrasen, let out a choked gasp, and at that moment, Lorcan felt it, a powerful surge of magic, much stronger than what he had witnessed in Mistward. Aelin had unleashed the power she had been holding back, and the earth trembled under the pressure of her fire. Lorcan acted instinctively, tackling Allied to the ground and covering her with his body. He quickly raised a shield with his magic, using all the darkness he possessed to protect them from the fire ravaging the world around them. Aelin's power was devastating, a cataclysm that threatened to consume everything in its path. Aelin unleashed her fire on the Ilken with unstoppable ferocity, decimating the center of the enemy legion. Rowan and Dorian joined their magic with Aelin's, sending blasts of ice and wind to finish off the Ilken escaping the fire. Erawan's army had no chance, utterly destroyed by the combined might of the three powers. The heat was unbearable, even for Lorcan, who felt the water around him boiling and the fish floating dead on the surface. Despite the strength of his shield, Aelin's fire, along with the ice and wind of the other two, struck him with overwhelming force. In the midst of the hell she had created, Aelin stood firm, but the effort was evident. Rowan advanced toward her, calmly walking through the sea of fire, and took her into his arms. The only flame remaining was a crown of fire that shone above Aelin's head, mirroring the one above Rowan, a display of their shared power and connection. Allied, still under Lorcan's protection, saw the devastation caused by Aelin's magic. The entire Ilken army had been annihilated, and ash fell from the sky like dark snow. Lorcan, watching the queen and prince, felt a tug on his dark soul, a feeling that deeply unsettled him. When Allied asked what they would do now, Lorcan, smiling with a hint of irony, replied that it was time to say hello. He advanced toward Aelin and Rowan, with Allied following, aware that although he wasn't on friendly terms, he wouldn't be attacked. As they approached, Lorcan didn't notice that Fenris and Gavriel had vanished from their positions, his attention fully focused on the queen who had unleashed a power capable of changing the world. Chapter 57. Each step Allied took toward Aelin felt like an eternity, yet at the same time, too fast. She had never been so aware of her limp, her dirty clothes, her disheveled hair, and her small, seemingly ungifted body. She had imagined Aelin's power, dreamed of how she had destroyed the glass castle, but seeing it unleashed in reality made her bones tremble with terror. The gifts of the others were also impressive, ice and wind intertwined with fire, bringing death to the Ilken. She almost felt pity for the creatures they slaughtered. Almost. Lorcan, at her side, was silent and tense. Allied could read his moods through small clues he thought no one noticed. That slight movement on the left side of his mouth, for example, indicated he was trying to suppress anger. And the tilt of his head to the right meant he was evaluating and re-evaluating everything around them. It was clear Lorcan didn't believe this meeting would go well. He anticipated a fight. Aelin saw them approaching, and as she did, her silver-haired prince stepped forward to shield her. Aelin tried to move around him, but he attempted to block her again. She elbowed him and stayed by his side. Allied wondered how much influence that prince had over Aelin. If he hated Lorcan, would his contempt and distrust extend to her as well? Lorcan, sensing Allied's tension, asked her with cutting calm if she regretted her choice of allies. She responded that the fact they arrived together sent a message. Lorcan, coldly, told her he didn't care, though she knew he was lying. Allied remained silent, feeling the distance between them grow with each step he took. but something in the air made her stop. She felt an invisible hand urging her to look around. Something was wrong. The burnt grasses were shifting and sighing, and then she saw it, golden eyes glowing about 30 paces from Lorcan. A lion emerged from the grasses, ready to strike. Aelin screamed Lorcan's name, but he didn't look at the lion. He looked at her. Only when she ran toward him did Lorcan realize the danger. The lion attacked, and Lorcan, knife in hand, faced the beast. The fight was fierce, blood spurting as Lorcan and the lion rolled through the muddy water. But before the lion could finish its attack, a huge white wolf appeared out of nowhere, leaping for Lorcan's throat. Without thinking, Aelin threw herself at Lorcan, taking the bite meant for him on her own arm. The pain was unbearable, and Aelin collapsed on Lorcan. The wolf, realizing its mistake, released its grip, but the damage was already done. Furious, Lorcan growled at the wolf and the lion, promising to kill them. Aelin, weak from blood loss, tried to stop him, but Lorcan raised a dark, rigid shield around them. However, Lorcan knew he couldn't maintain the shield for long. Fenris and Gavriel, the two Fae males, pressed him to lower it and allow them to heal Aelin. Finally, Lorcan decided to drop the shield, willing to sacrifice his life to save her. Gavriel knelt beside Aelin and began healing her injured arm, while Lorcan prepared to face Fenris in a battle he knew he wouldn't win. But before the fight began, Rowan Whitethorn intervened, stopping the battle with his power. Rowan declared that both Aelin and Lorcan were under the protection of Aelin Galathynius, and any attack on them would be considered an act of war. With the situation under control, Aelin approached Aelin. The queen, with tears in her eyes, asked for forgiveness for everything that had happened, reminding her of her mother's last words, that she loved her very much. Aelin, broken by guilt, delivered to Aelin the message she had carried for so many years. At that moment, Manon Blackbeak appeared, observing the scene with a smile. Aelin, recognizing Aelin's strength and bravery, proclaimed her as her own, as Lady of Peranth. Manon, in her defiant style, insinuated that Aelin also belonged to the Blackbeaks, but Aelin, with a dangerous smile, reminded her that their dispute wasn't over yet. As the tension eased, Aelin rose and approached Lorcan, thanking him for bringing Aelin to her. Despite the coldness in her voice, her words surprised everyone present. Lorcan, however, couldn't help feeling irritated as he watched Aelin walk alongside Rowan. Despite everything, there was something about that woman that reminded him why he had chosen to save Aelin. Rowan, watching Lorcan, realized that something had changed in him. Though he was still the same ruthless warrior, Aelit's influence had softened him. Rowan, with a smile, decided not to comment on the obvious change in his old companion, knowing that the decisions Lorcan had made had led him to an unexpected place, where love and loyalty intertwined with death and betrayal. Chapter 58. Keltane Rompir had changed the course of the war, and Dorian had never felt so ashamed of himself. He should have known, should have seen it before. They all should have. As he watched in silence as Aelin studied the chest on the altar, Dorian couldn't shake those thoughts from his mind. Aelin was surrounded by an impressive circle of power. At her side were Lady Aelin and Manon, and Lysandra, in her leopard form, rested at her feet. Manon had murmured to Aelin that Aneth, one of the goddesses, watched over Aelin, protecting her as she did all of them who had been guided by different deities. Meanwhile, Lorcan entered the ruins alongside Rowan, followed closely by Fenris, Gavriel, and Edion, who kept their hands on their swords, still tense and with their eyes fixed on Lorcan, especially Maeve's warriors. It was another circle of power. Rowan had told Dorian that Lorcan was blessed by the god of death, Hellas, who had traveled to this place with his consort, Aneth. The hairs on Dorian's arms stood on end at the thought of each of them being touched by a different god, subtly and silently guided to this place. It couldn't be a coincidence. Manon noticed the concern on Dorian's face and approached to ask what was wrong. Dorian expressed his unease about everything that was happening, and to his surprise, Manon didn't dismiss it but asked him to explain. But before he could, Aelin climbed onto the platform where the chest stood. The lock they sought to contain the word keys was supposed to be there. Thanks to Keltane and Alide, they only needed one more key, the one Erewhon possessed. But what they found wasn't what they expected. Inside the chest was only a mirror framed in iron, stained by age and dirt, with the mark of the eye of Elena engraved in one corner. Manon identified the object as a witch mirror, explaining that such mirrors could see the past, present, and future, or even amplify power blasts. But this mirror didn't seem to have that purpose. Manon revealed that the towers Erewhon had been building were covered with witch mirrors, designed for Erewhon to use as destructive weapons on the battlefields. The revelation made Aelin, exhausted, decide it was time to end the day and return to the ships. The group hurried back, carrying the mirror among them. Aelin was so exhausted that each step was an effort. Though Lysandra offered to become a horse to carry her, Aelin refused, knowing everyone was as drained as she was. She had too many questions on her mind. Was the mirror the lock they sought? Or had the lock been just a myth? But those questions would have to wait until they were safe and rested. As they neared the beach, Lysandra, in her leopard form, sensed something with her keen senses. A wall of dunes blocked their view, but climbing the hill, they found a fleet of Melisand's ships surrounding theirs. On the beach, a group of 20 warriors led by a woman in a gray cloak waited. Lorcan suggested retreating to the marshes, but Aelin, with her power reduced to a thin wall of flames, insisted they wouldn't attack. Manon, with her iron nails ready, supported Aelin's decision, reminding Lorcan that he wouldn't be taking Alide anywhere. Alide, gently, calmed the tension between them, declaring that she chose to stay. Without further discussion, Aelin began descending the dune toward the beach. The others followed, prepared for anything. Upon reaching the beach, the woman in the cloak revealed herself, Ansel of Briarcliff, the Queen of the Wastes. Aelin recognized her immediately, knowing all the details about her, from her wine-red hair to the wolf-headed sword she carried. Ansel smiled and, with a voice full of irony, asked Aelin who had given her permission to use her name in a fight. Aelin, with equal irony, replied that she had given herself permission the day she spared Ansel's life instead of killing her. Ansel, with a swaggering smile, welcomed her old friend and enemy, reminding her that she had arrived just in time. Chapter 59. Aelin felt the surprise ripple through her companions when Ansel of Briarcliff, with a dramatic flourish, bowed and announced, "As you requested, your fleet." Aelin snorted with an ironic smile, joking about the disheveled appearance of Ansel's soldiers. But the tension among her companions didn't dissipate. Manon Blackbeak stepped forward, her white hair billowing in the sea breeze, warning Aelin that working with Ansel meant allying with Erewhon since Melisand's fleet was under Moreth's command. Ansel paled at the sight of the witch, recalling the story she once told Aelin about losing a childhood friend to an Ironteeth witch. But Aelin intervened, explaining that Ansel wasn't from Melisand, but rather the Wastes were allied with Terrasen. Edion, surprised, looked at Ansel with renewed attention. When Manon asked who had the authority to speak for the Wastes, Aelin responded with apparent indifference, introducing Ansel of Briarcliff, the assassin who is now queen of the Western Wastes. Manon, as they rowed back to the ship, couldn't shake the thought that Ansel of Briarcliff, a killer queen, was linked to the Wastes, a territory now tangled in Aelin's web. When they reached the ship, Manon couldn't help but search the sky for Abraxos, but there was no sign of him. anger mixed with worry, and she was ready to demand answers. But Aelin stopped her with a serpentine smile. She suggested that she and Ansel should talk later, but Manon wasn't willing to let the situation go so easily. Even Rowan was surprised by Manon's tone, which was not that of a warrior or a witch, but of a queen, the last Crochan queen. As he assessed the potential confrontation between Ansel and Manon, he remembered what Aelin had told him about Ansel's betrayal in the desert and how, instead of killing her, she had spared her life. Ansel, with an arrogance that could only rival Aelin's, defended her right to speak for the Wastes, reminding them that for 2 years she had cared for and fed her people. Then, with a devilish smile, she revealed how, following Aelin's instructions, she had moved her army to the edge of the Anascal Mountains, ready to join Terrasen. Ansel recounted how she had received messages from Aelin from Rifthold, instructing her to prepare for battle. Edion, Rowan, and the others listened attentively as Ansel described how she had sacked Melisande, capturing its fleet and flying Terrasen's banner over its capital. The revelation left everyone stunned, and Manon couldn't help but burst into laughter at Aelin's audacity. Edion, however, was furious, both with Aelin for not informing him of her plans and with himself for doubting her. As the impact of Ansel's words settled in the group, Aelin quietly explained that she hadn't taken Melisande for glory, but to ensure nothing interfered with the defeat of Morath. Edion reluctantly acknowledged that she was right and began planning the deployment of Ansel's army in Terrasen. Afterward, Edion sought a moment of solitude on the ship's deck. As he gazed out at the sea, Lysandra joined him, concerned about what had happened. Edion tried to reassure her, reminding her that they had no choice but to learn to face the fear of loss. Lysandra confessed that she had gone from seeing all this as an adventure to a fight for survival. She worried about losing the people she now considered friends. Edion, determined to enjoy every moment they had left, dared to hint at his feelings for Lysandra, suggesting that they think about whatever this is between them meant. Lysandra, with a small smile, agreed to start there. Edion, satisfied with the response, decided he would take his time showing Lysandra all that Terrasen had to offer, determined to ensure they survived to enjoy it together. Chapter 60. Aelin and Ansel sat in the galley, their bottles of wine clinking on the battered table as they drank. At dawn, they would head back north to Terrasen. Aelin, with her forearms resting on the table, joked about the dramatic entrances she so enjoyed. Lysandra, in her snow leopard form, curled up beside her, while Edion and Rowan looked on with disapproving expressions. The two men were clearly annoyed. Aelin hadn't informed them about her plans with Ansel, preferring to act alone, fearing she might fail them. Rowan asked Ansel if the Ilken or the Valg had been present in Melisande, but she responded with a joke, implying her forces were capable of facing any threat. Ansel explained that the Queen of Melisande had managed to keep Erawan at bay through scheming and charms, which meant that after the war, Melisande couldn't excuse herself under Erawan's influence. The conversation turned to Aelin's need for more men and armies, suggesting that Ansel should seek out the Crochan witches, promising them lands in the Wastes in exchange for their support. Manon, outraged, protested, but Aelin was firm, pointing out that the Iron Teeth witches couldn't claim the cursed lands. Despite Manon's anger, Aelin held her ground. Ansel agreed to search for the Crochans, though the mission seemed difficult. As the conversation continued, Ansel mentioned that the fires along the coast hadn't been set by Erawan but by Fae soldiers, likely under Maeve's orders, who sought to discredit Aelin, making her appear as a tyrant. The revelation prompted Aelin to decide to leave at dawn. Later, in her cabin, Aelin and Rowan discussed battle plans, drawing lines on a map to coordinate the armies that would move from different points on the continent. Rowan, aware of Aelin's ambition, asked if she would consider conquering the entire world if given the chance. Aelin, though tempted by the idea, decided to focus on being Queen of Terrasen for now, leaving the possibility of future conquests open if she ever grew bored of her throne. When Rowan asked why she had spared Ansel, Aelin explained that she understood the reasons behind Ansel's actions and that forgiveness had been a strategic decision. Then, they immersed themselves in planning their next steps, with Aelin making it clear that she would never stay behind while others fought. Manon, unable to sleep, reflected on her identity and her refusal to lead the Crotchens when Dorian unexpectedly visited her. Although the tension between them was palpable, the conversation quickly turned into an intimate and passionate encounter. Dorian, showing both a cruel and tender side, pushed Manon to the edge of her control, but Manon, though giving in to the moment, made it clear that she would decide how things would continue between them. At dawn, as Elide and Lorcan prepared to leave, they were startled by the alarm on the ship. A new fleet was approaching from the west, and Fenris uttered the name everyone feared: Maeve. Chapter 61. Aelin and her allies faced a desperate situation. Maeve's armada, with the wind and current in its favor, was approaching unstoppable. Any attempt to flee was impossible, and Rowan and Edion considered all possible options, but all led to the same outcome: an inevitable confrontation. Maeve had more ships, better soldiers, and magic on her side. Aelin, exhausted and drained, had no more resources or strategies. Maeve gave them until dawn to surrender, a deadline that only served to sow fear among her men. Throughout a day filled with tension, Rowan, Edion, and the others debated incessantly, searching for a solution that never came. Even Dorian, usually full of ideas, remained silent, watching Aelin and Manon closely. The pressure to attack grew strong, but Maeve had anticipated every move. The only option was to buy time, but that resource was rapidly running out. As night advanced, Rowan realized something deeply unsettling. Aelin was in shock, something he had never seen in her before. The woman who had faced so many horrors and challenges was now lost, unsure of what to do. Despite everything, Rowan knew they couldn't give up. He wouldn't allow this to be the end of everything they had achieved. As Aelin slept soundly, Rowan watched her with a mixture of love and desperation. He knew he had to do something, that he couldn't let things end like this. So, without making a sound, he got up, dressed, and silently left the cabin. As he closed the door, he remembered the first time he saw her on the rooftops of Varese, when she, drunk and beaten, had stuck her tongue out at the hawk watching her. Now, that same woman was everything to him. Rowan flew toward Maeve's fleet, transformed into a moonbeam, determined to do whatever it took to protect Aelin. Upon reaching his cousin Enda's ship, Rowan was met with caution. The two had grown up together, but their paths had diverged long ago. Enda, though not as seasoned a warrior as Rowan, was a master of court intrigues. Rowan appealed to their old relationship, explaining his situation and making a desperate plea. Enda, though maintaining the composure of a courtier, promised to consider Rowan's request. Rowan repeated the process ship after ship, approaching other cousins and former allies. They all gave him the same response: "I'll consider it." With each response, Rowan's hope hung in the balance, uncertain if his effort would be enough to save them. Chapter 62. Manon was awake when Dorian hurried into her room, just before dawn. Without paying attention to her disheveled blouse or the recent memories of intimacy they had shared, he firmly ordered her to dress and follow him. Without questioning much, though clearly motivated by curiosity, Manon obeyed. Dorian led them to Aelin, who was already dressed and waiting, though the unease in her gaze was palpable. Rowan was nowhere to be seen. Without many words, they led her to the ship's hold, where the bustle of battle preparations hadn't yet reached. At the far end of the hold, Dorian approached a shrouded object, the witch's mirror, the lock, or whatever it was. As he uncovered it, Aelin and Manon drew closer, frowning at the ancient mirror. Manon drew her iron nails, a silent warning of the danger that playing with this artifact represented. Dorian, however, had a plan. He didn't believe the mirror was just a powerful object, but rather a source of knowledge. Calmly, he explained his theory. The mirror could teach them how to safely use the word keys. Aelin, with her usual skepticism, questioned the mirror's usefulness in the midst of the imminent battle. But Dorian insisted the mirror could be a means to discover what they really had to do with the keys. Manon, observing the eye of Elena's symbol engraved on the mirror's frame, quickly understood Dorian's intent. The mirror wasn't just a tool but a door. Enter the silver and find out, Dorian suggested, referring to Deanna's words. Manon and Aelin, being the flame and the iron, were the ones chosen to pass through that portal. Aelin, still doubtful, recognized that they had run out of time. The possibility of gaining an advantage against Maeve before the confrontation erupted was too tempting to ignore. Manon, on her part, expressed her readiness to accompany Aelin, aware that if the mirror led them to Morith, they would need someone who knew the place well. Just as they were about to act, Edion appeared, alarmed by what was happening. But before he could stop them, Aelin and Manon clasped hands, pressed against the mirror's surface, and vanished in an instant, leaving Dorian and Edion in the hold, stunned and worried about what might happen on the other side. Chapter 63. Alide watched as the crew prepared to face Maeve's armada, but chaos erupted when Edion started shouting from the hold. The news arrived shortly after. Rowan, with a gaunt face and fear in his eyes, landed on the deck just as Edion emerged furious, followed by Dorian, sporting a black eye. Edion, enraged, explained how Aelin and Manon had entered the mirror, or the lock, and disappeared. Dorian, who had solved Deanna's riddle and sent both women to the Silver Realm, tried to defend his decision, though Rowan's gesture of refusing to look at him revealed the prince's discontent. They all descended to the hold, but no matter how much Edion pushed the mirror or how much Rowan tried to open it with his magic, the portal wouldn't budge. Desperation grew in the air, and when they reconvened on the deck, Edion was pacing furiously. It was then that Alide, with a firm voice, told him they couldn't wait for Aelin and Manon to return to save them. Edion stopped abruptly, and though his gaze was fierce, Alide remained calm, reminding him that she, too, had waited a long time to reunite with Aelin. The tension among the group was palpable. Rowan, aware of the responsibility resting on him, took command. He ordered the preparations for battle to continue, though everyone knew that Maeve could use Lorcan, Fenrys, and Gavriel's blood oath against them. Fenrys, in a subdued voice, admitted he didn't know how to proceed, and everyone shared that feeling of uncertainty. Lorcan, resigned, commented that for him, everything had ended months ago, that only the aftermath remained to be seen. The conversation revealed that after the mission in Mistward, Maeve had punished them severely. Rowan, devastated by what he was hearing, realized that Lorcan had kept silent to spare him the pain and guilt. Despite everything, they decided to keep fighting. Rowan distributed them across the fleet, assigning each to command several ships. Lysandra, in her sea dragon form, prepared to attack underwater, while the dawn painted the sails of the enemy ships with golden light. The tension rose when a small rowboat set out from Maeve's fleet, bringing a message: Aelin must surrender. Rowan, maintaining his composure, responded that Aelin was not present, that Maeve had come in vain. The messenger, incredulous and mocking, returned with the response. Rowan and Dorian prepared for the worst, knowing that the battle was inevitable. The sun fully rose on the horizon, and instead of a new messenger, Maeve's answer came in the form of a barrage of arrows that darkened the sky. Rowan shouted orders to raise the shields, and as the arrows rained down on them, Maeve's armada began its advance. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 64. Aelin found herself in a place where her body was not a body but a nebulous form, an existence without substance. Beside her, Manon had an almost spectral form but solid compared to Aelin's. They were both enveloped in a swirling gray mist, an unknown and disconcerting environment. Manon, with teeth and nails gleaming in the dim light, cautiously asked where they were. Aelin, equally baffled, could only reply that she knew no more than Manon. They were both aware that they had been transported to this mysterious place by the mirror, but they didn't know where they were or if time had stopped or continued beyond the mist. Aelin trusted that Rowan and Edion would hold out as best they could, but uncertainty plagued her. The word keys she carried in her jacket weren't reacting, which only added to her confusion. Aelin unsheathed Goldrin, whose ruby glowed intensely in the midst of the darkness, the only source of light and color in that somber environment. Manon suggested they stay close and speak only when necessary, to which Aelin agreed. They felt solid ground beneath their feet, though covered by the mist, which obscured any clue as to where they really were. Suddenly, the mist began to darken and move, enveloping them in pure night. Manon and Aelin stood back to back, ready to face anything that might emerge from that darkness. A faint, murky light appeared in front of them, slowly approaching. The figures in the light began to take shape, solidifying until Aelin realized what they were seeing. They were witnessing a scene from the past, a vision from 1,000 years ago. Before them, Aelin Galathynius was kneeling in a pass between barren, black mountains, bleeding from her nose, with tears streaming down her dirt-streaked face. Before her was a sarcophagus of obsidian, covered in word marks that glowed with a pale blue fire. In the center of the sarcophagus, the eye of Elena gleamed with a golden glow. Elena, with a trembling hand, turned the eye 3 times on the black rock, and with a click, the amulet fell into her hand as the word marks extinguished. The sarcophagus was sealed, closed forever. Manon, observing the scene, murmured that the lock had been there all along. Aelin, for her part, began to suspect they had been deliberately deceived about the object they were supposed to seek. They wondered why, but they knew they were about to discover the truth. What they were witnessing was a memory, a long-hidden truth, and Aelin and Manon remained silent, letting the scene unfold, prepared to face the reality that awaited them. Chapter 65. Dawn in the Obsidian Pass. Elena, on her knees in the Obsidian Pass, watched the sarcophagus she had created with the lock's power. She had used all her energy to seal Erewhon inside the rock, trapping him forever. She could feel his slumbering presence while down in the valley, the screams of his Valg army echoed, still thirsting for human blood. She knew that without their leader, the army would eventually disperse, but she also knew that her companions would not survive the carnage unfolding behind her. With a trembling hand, Elena held the empty lock, drained of its power, while Gavin, her companion and love, lay injured and bleeding behind her. Barely conscious, Gavin looked at the sarcophagus and the amulet in Elena's hands, recognizing the tool that once hung around Brannon's neck, Elena's father. The blue stone of the lock, once bright, was now dim, empty, with only a spark of power remaining inside. In a broken voice, Gavin asked what Elena had done, but she could only respond that Erewhon was sealed, with no chance of escape. However, the reality of what she had done weighed on her like a stone. The gods, ancient and immortal beings, materialized before her, observing with cold and calculating eyes the broken lock in her hands. They accused her of wasting the lock's power, intended to seal the word keys and return the gods to their home along with Erewhon. Aelin, overwhelmed by guilt, could only beg them to forgive her mistake. Mala, the bringer of fire and Aelena's mother, paused, showing a faint memory of her humanity, though her gaze remained distant. Finally, the gods, through the voice of the three-faced goddess, decided they would wait, but there would be a price. Aelena's descendants would have to pay for her mistake, remaking the lock and sealing the word keys in the portal. The three-faced goddess ordered Aelin to inform Brannon of the fate awaiting her descendants, ensuring they were prepared. Aelin, broken by the weight of her guilt and condemned by her actions, promised to fulfill the gods' will, though she knew this meant sacrificing her future descendants. Gavin, with his body shattered, didn't hear the gods, and when he asked Aelin again about what had happened, she decided not to reveal the whole truth, hiding the curse that had doomed her heirs. The moon rises in Sandrian's temple, the stone marshes. Nehemia, Princess of Aelwi, had been wandering the stone marshes in search of answers that could save her doomed people. After weeks of searching and fighting, she arrived at the temple, where she found a stone altar and a chest, a twin of the Dark One in Morith. It was then that Aelin appeared, revealing her identity to the young princess. Aelin explained that Nehemia should not open the chest or try to save her people that way. Instead, she revealed that the bloodline of Mala, the Galathynius and the Haviliard, would be responsible for paying the price to seal the word keys. Upon hearing this, Nehemia realized her fate was tied to the events unfolding in the north, in the house of her enemy, Adarlan. Aelin asked Nehemia to guide and help Aelin Galathynius, the heir of Mala's blood, even though the world believed her dead at that time. Nehemia, though devastated to learn she would never see her home in Aelwi again, accepted her fate, determined to do everything possible to save her people and Erilea, even if it meant sacrificing herself in the process. Chapter 66. Edion Ashriver had been trained from childhood to kill and defend his territory on the battlefield. Ro Galathynius, the crown prince of Terrasun, had personally prepared him, demanding a level of performance some considered cruel for a child. However, as Edion stood on the ship's deck, with Ansel of Briarcliff's armed men ready behind him, he realized that Ro had anticipated what he would face. He knew that Edion would someday have to face an immortal enemy, a threat beyond mere mortals. The immortal army arrayed before him was proof that Ro and Evelyn, Aelin's parents, had foreseen this battle. And now, Edion had to lead, ensuring his soldiers were ready for the fight, that they didn't succumb to fear. The second wave of arrows from Maeve's armada descended upon them, and Edion ordered his men to raise the shields. The magical shield, sustained by Dorian Haviliard, withstood the arrows charged with magic, but Edion knew it wouldn't last long. He needed to keep his men's morale high, reminding them that the immortals bled and died too. Although he felt fear growing among his soldiers, he forced himself to laugh, adopting the role of the Wolf of the North, a confident and fierce leader. Maeve's arrows kept raining down, but Edion didn't allow his own fear to weaken him. In his mind, Ro's training and the determination to protect Terrasun strengthened him. When Rowan's magical signal appeared, Edion ordered his archers to fire, covering the sky with a storm of arrows that flew toward Maeve's armada, distracting the enemy from the real attack brewing underwater. Lysandra, in her sea dragon form, moved beneath the waves, destroying rudders and opening holes in the hulls of enemy ships. She had perfected her form, making it stronger and faster, able to avoid the attacks of the Fey warriors trying to stop her. With each ship she damaged, she knew she was fulfilling a promise to Aelin, Edion, and the court that would change the world. Meanwhile, Dorian maintained the magical shields, feeling the drain on his power as the battle intensified. the enemy's arrows kept striking, and the ships continued to advance, pushed by Fey warriors trained to kill. Dorian's magic churned within him, contained but ready to be unleashed when needed. He knew the time to strike would come soon, but he had to wait for Rowan's signal. Rowan, at the prow of his ship, was a whirlwind of contained power. Despite the icy fury consuming him over Aelin and Manon's disappearance, he maintained the calm needed to lead. He had ordered his men to hold, to wait for the right moment to strike. And though the broken rudders were slowing Maeve's armada, the Fey warriors kept advancing, ready for the slaughter. But then, as the enemy ships began to draw near, something unexpected happened. Maeve's black flags were lowered, and in their place, silver flags with a screaming hawk, the insignia of the Whitethorn House, were raised. The ships bearing those flags opened fire, not on Edion's fleet, but on their own armada, betraying Maeve at the last moment. Chapter 67. Rowan spoke with his cousin Enda about Aelin, the queen he loved, and revealed the threat posed by Erawan and Maeve's desire for the word keys. With his heart in his hand, he begged Enda to direct his fleet not against Terrasen but against Maeve's, to stop the darkness looming over them all. Enda, though surprised by the proposal, replied that he would consider it. Rowan continued his pilgrimage, visiting other cousins, including Princess Selene, imploring them to join him in this betrayal against Maeve. In the end, they all accepted the risk, knowing they would be stripped of their lands and titles if they failed. When the time came, Rowan ordered his fleet to attack Maeve, unleashing absolute chaos in the enemy's ranks. His strategy worked perfectly, and each of his cousins joined the attack. With his heart full of determination, Rowan fought for Aelin, knowing he had no army of his own, but hoping to win one for her. As his ships advanced into battle, his ice and wind power combined with the arrows, creating an unstoppable storm. Lorcan, witnessing this unexpected betrayal, was astonished to see a significant portion of Maeve's fleet attacking their own allies. Without needing confirmation, he knew Rowan had done it for Aelin and that Maeve would not let this betrayal go unpunished. As the battle intensified, Lorcan recognized the strength of Rowan's sacrifice and how this might be something neither Maeve nor Erawan had anticipated. However, he knew Maeve would seek vengeance and wouldn't sit idly by. The battle at sea became a storm of ice, wind, and magic, with Rowan and Dorian's forces fighting with all their might. Despite the initial advantage, Lorcan began to notice something was wrong when Fenris and Gavriel, tense, abruptly disappeared, leaving Lorcan with a silent warning. Realizing what was happening, Lorcan deduced that Maeve wasn't at sea but on the coast, probably where she had left Allied. Desperate, Lorcan abandoned the battle, leaving one of his men in charge, and headed to the coast in a rowboat, forgetting any promise he had made to Rowan. Meanwhile, Allied, hidden among the dunes, listened to the sounds of battle, trying not to worry about Lorcan. However, a feeling of unease overcame her as clouds began to gather in the sky, signaling the arrival of something ominous. With Anitha's voice urging her to look, Allied realized the storm wasn't natural. The guards watching over her also became alert. The danger approaching wasn't Vernon, but something much more terrifying. Chapter 68. The scene unfolds with a deep sense of agony as Aelin and Manon confront visions of the past, revealing unbearable truths. Seeing Nehemia, young and wise, conversing with Elena in the marshes, is a blow to Aelin, as she discovers that Nehemia was aware of her fate and had planned her own death to push Aelin to ascend to her throne. This revelation shakes Aelin to her core, while Manon stands beside her, offering silent comfort. The visions continue, showing Elena and Brannon arguing heatedly as Princess Elena struggled with the consequences of her decisions. Aelin watches as Brannon, furious over his daughter's actions, forges the Amulet of Orinth, an act of rebellion against the fate imposed on his lineage. The vision shows how Brannon, with hair as golden as fire, sealed a fragment of black rock within the amulet, writing a message in word marks for his true heir, warning of the price that must be paid. The impact of these revelations intensifies when Aelin realizes that Elena's decisions, driven by a promise to the gods, have condemned her lineage to a grim fate. The tension reaches its peak when Elena appears before Aelin, offering apologies for the pain and burden she has imposed. Aelin, struggling to contain her emotions, asks Elena about the price she herself has paid for her actions. Elena reveals that when all is done, her soul will fade into darkness, with no chance of reuniting with her loved ones. Aelin, devastated by these revelations, asks Elena why she didn't tell her everything from the beginning, to which the queen responds that she didn't want to overwhelm Aelin when she was still rebuilding herself after her time as a slave. Elena also reveals that she sent Aelin to Wenlin so she could heal and find Rowan, her destined mate. Despite the terrible truth, Aelin thanks Elena for giving her the chance to experience bliss, even if only for a brief time. The scene culminates with Elena showing Aelin how to complete her mission, how to make a new lock and seal the keys in the portal. Aelin understands that she is the price to be paid, that her blood and magic must be entirely drained to fulfill her destiny. Accepting her fate with fierce determination, Aelin prepares for the final sacrifice, knowing she has done everything possible to secure the future of those she loves. Suddenly, the mist vanishes and Aelin and Manon find themselves on the coast, far from the naval battle raging in the distance. The soft, ominous laughter of Maeve echoes through the grasses, revealing the presence of the Fae Queen. Before them, Elide is kneeling with a knife to her throat, held by one of Maeve's warriors, as the tension escalates and danger looms over them. Chapter 69. Edion, who has faced countless battles and stared death in the face many times, finds himself overwhelmed by the intensity of the naval combat. Despite Rowan's great feat in convincing part of Maeve's fleet to rebel, the enemy ships still outnumber them, and the situation grows increasingly desperate. Lysandra, in her snow leopard form, fights fiercely by his side, taking down any Fae warrior who tries to board their ship, while the combined powers of Rowan and Dorian barely manage to keep the enemy at bay. The exhaustion begins to set in, and Edion watches with concern as the number of immortal warriors threatens to overwhelm them. Although his father, Gavriel, has protected him with a magical shield that remains intact despite his disappearance, Edion cannot shake the feeling that the situation is on the brink of disaster. Aware of the danger, he orders Lysandra to flee if the battle seems lost, but she refuses to obey his orders, showing her loyalty in her own way. As the battle rages on, Edion feels the cold in the air, a sign of Rowan and Dorian's magic, who, along with the nobles of House Whitethorn, unleash powerful ice and wind attacks against Maeve's fleet. However, for every line of ships they destroy, more enemies arrive, and General Edion, though covered in blood and exhausted, does not cease fighting, determined to protect his comrades. Dorian, for his part, feels the exhaustion taking hold of him as his magic weakens. Every time he casts a spell, the effort costs him more, and the headache that plagues him only intensifies. However, he cannot afford to stop. The battle is not yet won, and the constant arrival of more enemy ships is a threat he cannot ignore. Despite his efforts, the enemy soldiers, well-trained and some with magical abilities, continue to advance, endangering his companions. Amid the chaos, Edion's cry of pain echoes above the roar of the waves, followed by a roar of rage. Dorian, exhausted but determined, gathers the last of his magical strength, preparing for what could be his final attack. Suddenly, an imposing sound cuts through the air, and Dorian watches in astonishment as a wyvern emerges from the clouds, its wings gleaming in the dim light. It is not alone. Behind it, a dozen more wyverns descend upon the Fae fleet, promising an unexpected turn in the battle. Chapter 70. Lysandra immediately recognized the roar of Abraxos, Manon's wyvern, descending swiftly from the clouds accompanied by 12 more wyverns and their riders, the fearsome Iron Teeth witches. Rowan, seeing them, quickly ordered the archers to stop and not fire, making sure they understood that the witches were not their enemies at that moment. The 13 launched themselves ferociously against the Fae lines, cutting ropes and unleashing chaos among the enemy ships, giving the allied fleet much-needed respite. Abraxos and the other wyverns attacked from the north, while Aster and Blackbeak, the second in command of the 13, landed on Lysandra and Edian's ship with her light blue wyvern. Edian, with a mix of surprise and recognition, demanded to know who she was. Asterin introduced herself, asking about Manon, and when Edian promised her information in exchange for her help, the witch threw herself back into the battle with a malicious smile. The 13 proved to be an unstoppable force, tearing through the Fae soldiers with coordinated and efficient brutality. Lysandra, inspired by the wild determination of the witches, joined the fight with renewed ferocity, fighting side by side with Edian, who, despite his exhaustion, couldn't stop smiling at the bravery of their unexpected allies. Meanwhile, Rowan, feeling his magic weakening and his strength faltering, continued to fight desperately. The arrival of the 13 had given his forces a respite, but the battle was not yet won. However, the remaining ships of Maeve's fleet began to flee, and Rowan, seeing the retreat, knew something else was happening. His instincts screamed that something was wrong. Rowan watched the retreat from the skies, searching for a particular ship, the Nightingale, Maeve's flagship. To his horror, he didn't find it anywhere, which made him realize that Maeve had never been in the battle to begin with. His fear turned to panic when he returned to Edian and Lysandra's ship, who were exhausted and wounded, but still fighting. Rowan barely had time to explain his discovery before Dorian, exhausted and with a haggard face, arrived with even worse news. Dorian informed them that he could feel something on the coast, where they had sent Allied. Flames, shadows, and death, accompanied by an ancient and powerful female presence. Maeve had found Aelin. Everything had been a distraction to allow Maeve to seize her true target, Aelin. With his magic almost depleted, Rowan knew they wouldn't be able to row there in time. However, seeing the wyverns still flying over the remains of Maeve's fleet, he knew that was their only hope. If they could ride a wyvern, maybe, just maybe, they could reach Aelin in time to save her. Chapter 71. Aelin found herself face to face with Maeve, the Queen of the Fae, exactly as she remembered, an imposing figure with cold, pale beauty and an enigmatic smile that barely touched her red lips. Maeve needed no crown. Her mere presence was enough to make it clear who she was. Before her, Allied trembled, kneeling with a knife at her throat, while Ansel's guards lay dead without even having had a chance to defend themselves. Manon, with her iron nails ready, watched tensely as Aelin tried to hide her fear behind a defiantly ironic smile. With a biting attitude, Aelin compared the swamp to Maeve's nature, implying that it would be a fitting home for someone like her. However, the situation was extremely dangerous, with Allied in the Queen's clutches and a group of unknown Fae warriors watching from the hill. Lorcan arrived panting and horrified to see Allied in danger, but he kept his composure, aligning himself next to Aelin as if they were allies. However, the tension increased when Maeve pointed out that Allied was claimed by several, including Lorcan, who had summoned Maeve to save her. Aelin quickly intervened, trying to divert attention, but Maeve made it clear that she knew exactly what was going on. Allied, terrified, realized the gravity of the situation. Lorcan had betrayed Aelin by calling Maeve, and now he was trying to justify his actions by revealing that Aelin possessed 2 of the word keys. Aelin, shocked, tried to stop Lorcan, but he ignored her, focusing on Maeve. The situation was desperate, and Aelin realized there was no escape. Aelin, exhausted but defiant, ignited her flames, though her magic was nearly depleted. Maeve, with a venomous smile, acknowledged Aelin's exhaustion, revealing that the entire battle and recent hardships had been a trap to drain her power. Maeve's goal was clear: Aelin and the word keys. The tension peaked when Maeve launched a darkness attack against Aelin, who responded with fire. The battle between light and dark shook the world, but Aelin, without strength, could not resist. Lorcan took advantage of the chaos to attack Maeve's guards, freeing Aelin, but Maeve ordered him to restrain her, and Lorcan, under the Queen's control, had no choice but to obey. The battle between Aelin and Maeve continued, but the Queen of Terrasen was losing. Struck by darkness, Aelin fell to the ground, bleeding and gasping, while Maeve advanced inexorably. Aelit's attempts to escape were in vain, and despair filled the air. Fenris and Gavriel arrived to help, but Maeve stopped them with her dark power, humiliating them and releasing Gavriel from his blood oath, stripping him of his title. Finally, Aelin, wounded and without strength, was disarmed by Maeve's invisible hands. The Dark Queen revealed her plan. She would not allow Aelin to sacrifice herself to forge a new lock. Maeve wanted Aelin alive, to obtain from her what she needed. The revelation that Maeve had manipulated Rowan, using Lyria to destroy him and set the stage for trapping Aelin, was a devastating blow to the Fire Queen. Aelin, broken by the truth, understood that Maeve had always been one step ahead, manipulating her fate from the beginning. Maeve offered Aelin a cruel choice: go with her willingly and face the sadistic Cairn, or drag Aelin into her dark fate as well. The choice was impossible, and Aelin's fate hung by a thread, trapped in Maeve's web of manipulation and power. Chapter 72. Aelin's body was submerged in unbearable pain. Every breath, every movement plunged her into an agony that reminded her she had nothing left. Her magic was completely depleted. Around her, the scene was one of pure terror and despair. Lorcan, paralyzed by Maeve's order, held Aelin, his face pale with fear, while Manon, the great Iron-Teeth witch, coldly calculated her options, aware that the situation was desperate. Maeve, with cruel calmness, offered Aelin a deal: her own submission in exchange for Aelit's freedom. Lorcan tried to intervene, pleading to leave Aelin out of this, but the Queen subdued him with an order, rendering him unable to move or speak. Aelin, desperate, begged Lorcan to resist, to fight, but he, controlled by Maeve's power, could do nothing. Aelin realized there was no escape. Maeve had been playing with all of them for centuries, waiting for the perfect moment to trap her. The Fae Queen intended to take Aelin, to break her first, and then get what she wanted: the word keys and the power of the Firebringer. Aelin, aware of the gravity of the situation, accepted her fate with heartbreaking resignation. Maeve released Aelin from Lorcan's hands, allowing the young woman to run to Manon. But before she left, Aelin, in a broken voice, asked Aelin to deliver messages to the others: her apologies, her gratitude, and her love. Aelin, tears streaming down her face, promised to do so. Then, everyone's attention turned to the iron box the escorts were bringing towards the beach, a coffin specially created for Aelin to contain her power. With an ornate iron mask in her hands, Maeve ordered Aelin to kneel, demanding her complete submission. Aelin obeyed, letting her body collapse on the sand, feeling her dignity and spirit crumble with every movement. Then, the Queen ordered Aelin to remove her shirt, revealing her bare skin to the sea breeze. Cairn, Maeve's sadistic warrior, prepared to whip Aelin, savoring the power he had over her. Aelin, trembling with fear and pain, knew this was just the prelude to what awaited her. When the whip fell on her back, the pain was so intense that it ripped a strangled hiss from her, but Aelin refused to count the lashes, to give Maeve the satisfaction of hearing her submit. The torture continued, each blow more devastating than the last, while Aelin refused to give in. But finally, after 9 attempts, the pain became so unbearable that Aelin couldn't help but scream. Seeing that Aelin wouldn't yield, Maeve decided to postpone the torture, ordering her men to prepare her for imprisonment. As Aelin was dragged toward the iron box, Elide, horrified, tried to fight, but Manon held her back, knowing there was nothing more they could do. Maeve, with terrifying coldness, ignored Elide's screams and Fenris's pleas, ordering Aelin to be taken away. Every step Aelin took toward her prison was a reminder of how close she was to the end. But as darkness enveloped her, Aelin found a moment of peace, grateful for everything she had experienced, the friendships she had made, the music she had heard, and, above all, finding Rowan. With this gratitude in her heart, Aelin prepared herself for the fate that awaited her. Finally, without resisting, Aelin allowed Maeve to place the iron mask on her, knowing her battle was far from over, but that for now, she had no choice but to submit. Chapter 73. Manon walked with determination, not daring to look back. She couldn't allow Maeve, the ancient and cold-eyed queen, to discover the truth. Aelin did not have the word keys. She had passed them to Manon in one last desperate act when she pushed her. She knew Elide would hate her for this, that it would be the price to pay. But Aelin had trusted her, trusted that she would get the keys out of there and keep Elide safe. Elide began to regain consciousness just as they left Maeve's earshot. Manon pulled her behind a dune, holding her firmly by the nape, her iron nails piercing Elide's skin. Elide stayed still, understanding the danger of making noise. They remained crouched, watching through the grasses. On the beach, Lorcan remained motionless, frozen by Maeve's order. Gavriel lay on the ground, gasping, weakened after being released from his blood oath. Fenris, with eyes full of hatred, watched Maeve and Cairn as Maeve's soldiers adjusted an iron mask on Aelin's face. Blood dripped from her ravaged back as they forced her to lie down in an iron box, closing it over her wounds. Elide, seeing this, vomited into the grass. Manon placed a hand on Elide's back as they watched the soldiers load the box among the dunes, taking it to the boat that would transport it to the ship in the bay. Maeve ordered Fenris to join them, and though he was breathing heavily, he had no choice but to obey. He disappeared into the air, leaving them alone with Lorcan. Maeve approached Lorcan, who did not move. With a soft and cruel voice, she asked if he had done all this for her. When Lorcan, trembling, admitted he had, Maeve stripped him of his blood oath, exiled him from Dor Anel, and left him on the sand with the order to live with his shame. Lorcan, shattered, fell to his knees, unable to do anything but crawl after the queen in a desperate act of supplication. Manon knew they had to leave. Abraxosa's roar vibrated on the horizon, filling her with hope, but time was running out. If Maeve discovered the keys were not with Aelin, they would be in even greater danger. However, Elide remained in the grass, watching Lorcan crawl towards Maeve and then the boat that was moving away, carrying Aelin in the iron box. Manon, aware of the danger the world faced if Aelin did not survive, prayed silently. She prayed for Aelin's sanity, for her strength, and for the Queen of Terrasen to endure what awaited her, if only to return and face her destiny once more, to save them all. Chapter 74. There was too much blood. Lorcan saw it spread around him, covering the sand where he was kneeling, soaking Aelin's shirt and the scattered weapon sheaths. What Maeve had done, what Aelin had allowed, it all translated into a void in Lorcan's chest, a wound that consumed him. Not even the flapping of wings and the roars around him could force him to look up. Meanwhile, Alide was informing someone about the ship's disappearance, but her words were just a murmur in Lorcan's mind until firm footsteps approached. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him by the hair and put a dagger to his throat. Rowan, furious and desperate, demanded to know where Aelin was. The sight of the blood, the knives strewn about, the shirt, it all fueled his terror. Aelin was his wife, and at the mention of that word, Alide cried, reflecting the pain Lorcan also felt. For the first time in centuries, he broke down in tears as Rowan, blinded by rage, pressed the dagger against his throat. Lorcan knew that Aelin had married Rowan to ensure a king for Terrasen, fully aware of Lorcan's betrayal in summoning Maeve. She had sacrificed her freedom to save Alide and secure the future of her kingdom. But Rowan couldn't accept that reality. His desperate plea and the anger reflected in his eyes shattered when Manon approached and revealed that Maeve had captured Aelin, using the blood oath to control everyone, even Lorcan. Guilt and regret consumed him, but not entirely, for he knew Alide was safe. Aelin had endured torture, had let herself be whipped and chained, all to protect others. While Edion cursed at the sight of the blood and frantically cleaned the sheath of Goldrin, Lorcan apologized to Rowan, who finally dropped the knife and stepped back, overwhelmed by reality. Around them, the atmosphere was tense as everyone digested the gravity of the situation. Manon, observing her 13, reflected on what it meant to be Crochan. She had accepted her destiny, determined to form an army with the Crochan witches, not just for Aelin but for all her people. She knew the mission didn't end there and that there was still much to be done. The 13, in a gesture of loyalty, followed her silently, ready to fulfill their new purpose. Meanwhile, on the beach, Rowan and Edion remained silent, each dealing with their own pain. Dorian, from a dune, watched them, aware that the mission was far from over. Manon handed him the keys, trusting that Dorian, with Mala's bloodline, could stop the destruction that was coming. The road ahead was dark and full of shadows, but Dorian wasn't afraid. He knew there was still much to be done. Chapter 75. 2 days before dawn, Aelin and Rowan were secretly married. Edion and Lysandra were the only witnesses, and the ceremony was brief and silent. Afterward, they had only 15 minutes in their cabin to consummate their union before Edion stored the formal documents and the captain signed a confidentiality oath. Now, Rowan was kneeling on the beach, lost in thought while Edion silently accompanied him, both staring at the ocean. Rowan had always known, deep down, that Aelin was his mate, but he had avoided accepting that truth, out of respect for Lyria and out of fear of what it meant. However, Aelin knew and never pressured him because she loved him. She preferred to suffer in silence rather than cause him pain. Aelin, his fire heart, his equal, his friend, his wife, had been locked in an iron coffin after being brutally tortured. Rowan knew she had tried to warn him that her fate was sealed, that sealing the portal and creating a new lock would cost her life. Now, he clung to the hope of finding her, sending out their bond into the world, searching for his wife. While Rowan was lost in thought, Lorcan approached. Rowan knew that at that moment, if he decided to confront him, he would easily defeat him. However, something in Lorcan's expression, a mix of agony and remorse, made him pause. Others began to arrive at the beach, and they all watched Rowan as he searched for Aelin with his magic, with his soul, with his shattered heart. Suddenly, everyone's attention shifted to the ships approaching from the west, led by Rowan's cousins and the fleet Ansel of Briarcliff had secured for them. But there was one ship that stood out, a rowboat propelled by a ghostly wind. A broad-shouldered man disembarked with agility and, without showing fear, approached them, asking for Aelin Galathynius. It was Galen a Shriver, the crown prince of Wenlin. Everyone's surprise was palpable. Galen brought with him a letter from Aelin, short and brutal, demanding he repay the favor for what she had done for his people in Mistward. As more ships arrived, this time with a group of people dressed in white who identified themselves as the silent assassins of the Red Desert, it became clear that Aelin had summoned an army to aid in the war against Morath. An army that would shake the stars. While Lysandra, transformed into Aelin, took on the role of queen and gave orders to lead the army north, Rowan knew his mission was clear: to find Aelin and bring her back. Lorcan, Gavriel, and Allied volunteered to accompany him on the search, while Edion, with great pain, accepted staying behind to lead the army in the north. Dorian, for his part, decided to go north with Manon, hoping to rally the Crotchans and form an army of witches that could face the Iron Teeth legions. They knew the challenges would be great, but each had a role to play in the fight for survival. Finally, as Rowan prepared to leave, knowing that the search for Aelin would be arduous, he transformed his body into the wind and flew along the coast, following the trail of his wife. With a cry that echoed across the world, Rowan Whitethorn Galathynius began the search for his Fireheart, determined to find her no matter how long it took. Thank you for joining us on this journey through Empire of Storms. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more book summaries and leave a like. Share this video with your fantasy-loving friends. What was your favorite moment in this book? What do you think about Aelin's development in this part of the saga? Let us know your answers in the comments.